That's a great start. We don't even have the game on screen. Yay! I'm good at this. Excuse me, why are you not capturing the game? There we go! Here it is! Okay, as usual, we have one shortish game, one medium game, and one longer game. Tends to be how it works. So, I don't know how long half of these are. I know this one, each ending is like 15 minutes or something, so it's pretty short. But, let's see. Okay, we're gonna pause on the trigger warning, because I am not gonna be mad if you need to protect your own mental health and not watch, basically. So, yeah. Perfect for staying inside and finishing my work. It is very nice. Your room is very nice. Oh, okay. Outer door, inner door. Tea! Tea is the best drink. Cheap, caffeinated, tasty. I mean, coffee's better, but... Flags, cute. I'm not saying I'm gay, but that's also kind of what I'm saying. Honestly fair. Books. Love my books. There's How to Raise a Plant, Piracy for Dummies, and my favourite memes to moments. Understandable. Plants. Filling my heart by filling my room with plants. I need more plants, but my cats keep eating them. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh. Work stuff. What even is a 4-dimensional shape? But I'm so bored I can't focus. What's this? Should I accept it? Yeah. Goth Girlfriend's iPhone sent me this. Okay. Send a meme back. Thank you for dog. Thank you for dog. Accept. God damn it. Working but can't focus. There we go. Thank you for dog. Can you go away? No? Okay. I'm just gonna be filled with tabs. This is going to frustrate me. Oh no, I feel that. I hope I'm not distracting you. I also can't focus. I'm procrastinating with makeup right now. Well, let's see the makeup. Tell me I'm beautiful, mother. You're the cutest. Can I not get rid of this either? Oh, this is gonna get really annoying really quickly. Can I just... Can I just... Okay. Be my Beirito. Go out with me? Yes. Why is it the Shrek meme? Yes, I see you. Okay, cool. Does this mean I'm not in fact doing work? Then try feeding your cats and maybe they wouldn't have to eat plants. I do feed them, they're just fat! Before I left, my roommate opened her door. Hello. We're leaving? I love this art style. It's really cute. When will you get back? Probably after 9? Oh. Why? No reason. Okay, bye then. Wait. Before the day ends, happy birthday. Cute. You remembered? No one else remembered. I didn't even remember. Of course I remembered. That's cute. That's really cute. She sang for me sweetly. Sparkle Pup. I eat plants. Chocolate is a bean, therefore a plant. I mean, I drink coffee. Does that count as drinking a plant? I drink tea as well, so that's even better. No, thank you for being my friend. Cute. I just thought life is short. Why not express my appreciation for the people I care about? Hell yeah. In that case, you're also an amazing friend. Thanks for being my friend too. It's great. These guys are sweet. My friends send me the one letter K, because they know it'll make me mad. You know who you are. Probably chunky because you feed them so many plants along with their food. I don't feed them the plants, they eat the plants! I had a spider plant and it was there for like a day before they chomped on it. I met up with Goth Girlfriend. I love how they've not given her a name. She's just Goth Girlfriend. Oh, there we go. She told me her name. Amy. We walked to the roof, laid out a blanket, and watched the stars. Cute. Sky. Sky's gorgeous. It is. I know, right? I'm forever that girl that gets really excited when the sky's pretty colours. Same. What do you think when you look at the sky? Nothing, for once. Only a feeling. Damn. Nothing? You know when your mind is just constantly noisy? I look at the sky and realise it's so much bigger than me. My problems mean nothing compared to it and my mind quiets. I don't know, I just look at the sky and go, ooh, pretty colours. And that's about it. That's so poetic. I mean, you trained them to eat spiders, so what did you expect? Different kind of spiders. Spider plants, not spider. The spider in my fucking bathroom. It's disappeared since I've been gone, and I'm gonna hope the cats ate it, but it could be anywhere. Let time pass. I grew addicted to Amy's smile. Cute. It's getting late. We should head back. Aww. You're cute. Goodbye, kiss? Always. Hell yeah. I'm a lesbian. You're the cutest. No, you. Haha. See you later. See you. Cute. On my way back home, I checked my phone. Gay. I know, right? You're a great friend. It's not your fault. I'm scared. Oh, God. Oh, no. When I came back home, I felt cold, nervous, but I didn't know why. Don't come in, call the police, they'll know what to do. Love me, don't come in the room. It's covered. That's why she wanted to know when you were out till. Apparently... Open the door. Go in. The door felt heavier than usual as I opened the door. Oh, that's delightful. There was no blood, but I felt blood on my hands. I felt myself looking at the scene and myself. The police eventually came, a disembodied feeling. I heard myself screaming endlessly. Is there a way we could have stopped this from happening? My disembodied self watched me move and talk like an actor in the surreal circus I found myself in. I have heard strangers and friends alike talk. Did you hear what happened? No, what? Someone committed suicide. That's so sad. Second floor, you probably don't know. Me? No, but that sucks. Most pitied the way she went but didn't miss her. Maybe if you didn't go to meet Amy. Yeah, maybe if we, like, went to her door first. That's what I'm gonna try. When new people came into my life, I searched for her in them. I couldn't help it. I hoped she was still here. And it was only during the funeral that the reality sunk in. At the funeral, I heard her singing, now sad and slow. Her singing when everyone else forgot, and her not being there anymore to remember. I listened to her, my disembodied self crashed down to reality. The pain hit, this time without the anesthesia of shock. This was real. She was dead, and we're putting her in the ground. Was there a message I missed? I'm gonna assume there was. Okay, this time I'm just gonna go purely straight to her room. I saw a figure. What? This has started differently. May? It's not safe here. May, is that you? Come back. She just smiled, looking content amidst the dangerous hill. As if she's going somewhere better. As if she hadn't heard my voice, lost in the blizzard. Don't go. Please don't go. Alone. She disappeared into the snow. I'd missed my chance. I woke up in a cold sweat, fearful but not sure why. What was that about? Never mind that, I should start working. No, I shouldn't. I should go check on my goddamn friend. Now it's usually closed. Cool. I don't care about the dream. Go check on your goddamn friend. Can I not? Is there no way I can go in there? Can I bring her tea? Can I bring you tea? Can I message her, maybe? Okay, I'm just gonna, like, work and not No, work. The 3.6 contour lines are divisions in the graph. Unit vector means magnitude is 1. Am I a fool? A hooligan? An elf with a PhD in buffoonery? I'm gonna use that line. Camerodine hydrate. Okay, that's empty. That one. Also, Sparky, no, she did not want me in the room because it's COVID. There we go. Seems like they're coming from my roommate's room. Okay. Can I go in? Can I go in? Listen. Although my Chinese is bad, I can still detect an angry Chinese mother when I heard one. I'm not going to try and pronounce that. No, worse than COVID. I'm a sad pup now. Don't be a sad pup. Go get a treat. I don't. Too lazy. Why don't you? My mother's fast lecture in Chinese. Sometimes paused for me, soft member of affirmation, then continued. Woo! I felt like I was listening to something I shouldn't have, so I distanced myself from the door. No, go to... Okay, do I have to, like, work and then go back to the door again? No, decline. Keep working. Do some work, I'll start wondering where I'll ever have to use this in real life. When's Bill now when I need him to answer important questions? No. Work. After some time, I started to lose focus. Okay. Noise from my roommate's room has quietened down. Okay, go check on her. Wonder if I should check up on her. Knock. I hesitated and then knocked. For some reason, I feared what I might find. Did I wait too long? Hello? Okay, she's there. She's fine. Shit, what should I say? You okay? I just wanted to make sure you're okay. I heard noises from your room earlier. Well, thank you. I'm fine. Well, I'm kinda sad, but don't worry about me. Do you want to hang out with me? In case you don't want to be alone? I'd like that, but I have work to do. Take a break. You always have work to do. You should take a break. Besides, we haven't hung out for a long time. I miss you. I could use a break, to be honest. And I miss you too. Okay, hold on a sec. There we go. Hell yeah. She went back in her room to get something. When she came back, we laid on my bed looking at the setting sun. Stuffies. What are you holding? Oh, my pug. I call him Potato. That's a really cute name for a pug. He looks well loved. He is. My dad gave me him. That's so sweet. Yeah. It's your birthday, right? Yeah. You remembered? Of course I did. They're singing again. That singing is gonna haunt me though. She sang happy birthday. Thank you for remembering. As the years flew by, my birthday became like any other day. Yeah. No one else had remembered it either, but she had. How are you? So how have you been? Fine, just tired. Pug the Spud. Yes, Pug the Spud. Big mood. How so? I don't know, like a bone deep tiredness. Yep. Day after day. Depressed. Maybe. I took antidepressants a long time ago, but I feel like they didn't work. That sucks. Maybe it's the type of antidepressant. Maybe you need to try a different one. Ugh. Don't take my advice, actually. I know nothing. Me either. Not just about this, but in general. I feel you. Has it gotten better, the tiredness? Not really. By now I just kind of want to die. Jesus Christ. Are you suicidal? Oh my god, sorry. Was that too blunt? Feel free not to answer. No, you're good. Yeah, I think about it sometimes. I feel like we all do though. No, most people don't. Imagine how it'll go down, how it'll look, the smell, the aftermath. Whether anyone will care when I was gone. Just, not just about how I went. How? Do you really want me to talk about it? I'd probably cry. No, don't say never mind. Say you're allowed to cry. You're awkward around crying people. No, if you need to cry, cry. Me too, don't worry. Haha. Yeah, it sucks. Gun policy makes it hard to get a gun around here. If I owned a gun, I'd probably be dead a long time ago. Jesus Christ. I'm scared of other methods. I might survive, and if I do, the pity people would feel, the brain damage I'd have is scary. I'm glad you're alive. I don't want you to go. You mean a lot to me. Thanks. This is deep. I know, I did not expect this. I did not know. The only tags on this are short and horror. That's it. Dream. Tell her about the dream. It was about you, actually. It was kind of haunting. Oh my god, I need to hear this. You were in a snowstorm? And I called for you, but you didn't hear me, and I lost you. What does it mean? It means you offed yourself last time we tried this. Well, I hope you're okay. I hope you're okay too, May. It's just a dream. Here. If you're still scared by bedtime, I'll tell you a bedtime story. Yeah, bedtime stories! It's cute. What do you dream? Disturbing. Someone always dies. Yeah, same. Like my most recent one, it featured you, actually. In a good way or a bad way? Good. Go on. There was a massive epidemic. It was gonna wipe out the world. Oh no, it is COVID! Sparky, you called it, it's COVID! I got infected and I was gonna die. Then you discovered the cure and I was saved. Wow, that's scary. I always knew I was gonna save the world. Yeah, dream you really saved me. Parents. What were those noises about? Earlier, in your room. My mum called. Sorry, did I bother you? No, she just sounded really angry. Keep following for the lotto numbers. Yeah, she and I are... Is everything okay with you two? I don't know. Every time my mum calls, I feel sick, angry. Do you want to talk about it? Talk about what? Why she makes you feel that way? You sound like a therapist. How are you feeling? Why are you feeling that way? Where in your body do you feel this emotion? I just want to help. Yeah, I know. Don't die. I was always the golden child. When I was young, I was good at everything, so my parents never pushed me to work hard at anything. As I grew up, I started lagging because I didn't put in the effort. The only thing I would put in effort was to writing. They yelled at me when they caught me writing. Writers weren't engineers or doctors. Writing would never make money. Now, my life is slowly falling apart, and instead of listening to me and helping me, my parents are yelling at me for wasting time playing games. Well, here I am wasting time playing games, and it's going pretty damn well. Maybe parents don't know everything. Well, thank you for telling me. That's fucked. Yeah. Thanks for listening. Of course. It's okay to be sad. It's normal and okay to get in a rut sometimes. Regardless, I believe you. Thanks. I think that should have been I believe in you, but okay. Writing. What'd you write about? Before your parents made you stop. Oh my god, it's embarrassing. Is it Wattpad? You can tell me. Okay, you won't laugh. I promise. Harry Potter fanfiction. Called it! It's Wattpad! AO3. You said you wouldn't laugh. Sorry, I'm surprised. Don't be ashamed. It's awesome. It's not awesome. I love Harry Potter. We don't, because the writer's a cunt. If you say so. I do say so. What fanfiction? I was working on one fic. It had like 20,000 words. It was Harry Potter if Harry Potter was evil, gay, and promiscuous. You know what? No, I take it back. Keep writing that, because that'll piss off JK. Harry Potter if he was evil, gay, and promiscuous. Is that just Rocky Horror? Oh my god. I know, embarrassing, but back then I was proud. It had character arcs and main plot and everything. No, that's brilliant. All the hours you must have put into it was mind-blowing. If you ever dig it up, I'd love to read it sometime. Oh, thanks. I've lost inspiration for that one. Make them trans. Harlot Potter shall flip her lid. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Also, Harlot Potter is really funny. Maybe I'll show you something else I'm working on. Write more. Why not do more of that then? Everyone likes writing though. Anything creative, art, music, writing, it don't count. That's not true. There's plenty of successful writers out there. But I'm not them. You don't have to be successful to enjoy doing something. You have to have time to do what you enjoy as well. I'll never be able to make a living out of it. And my parents will get so angry. Who fucking cares? Would you rather... Would you rather live the way you're currently living, or live poor but happy? Besides, who says you're not good enough to make it preferable? Official Harry Potter works should be burned. Fanfic, however, is sometimes gold. Yeah, there was one I discovered. There was one I discovered a good while back now. It was like, 14-year-old unrestricted internet access sort of thing. And it was Draco Malfoy and the apple he's always eating. And it's called Drapple. And it's really bad. Yeah, I'm writing a cyberpunk novel. Hell yeah, Sparky. Hey, if you ever want someone to read it, everyone here is cyberpunk fans. What were you thinking? I think I could be a good writer if I worked hard at it. You could, but it's so much easier to give up than just not work. You could give up. I see struggle as a hill I need to climb to get the reward at the other end. You could give up, or you could get the reward at the other side. Motivational speaker much? Nah. I've had a lot of hills that I've wanted to give up on. Have you ever given up? No? Well, sometimes. A quote that a very close person said to me quite recently is, it doesn't count as giving up until you stop moving, or something like that. I can't remember the exact quote, I'm trying to remember it now. You've not failed until you've stopped moving, or something like that. And it's just really, yeah. But yeah. If it's something I couldn't care less about, like math, but if I care about it, then I'll pull through and I've never regretted it. I'm gonna work harder at getting my life back together. It's tough, though. Yeah, it's hard to work on something you don't like. Give me a math problem and I'll snore. But give me a computer science problem, I'll look at it for hours. Thanks. I really mean it. I think my parents got into my head. I needed your push. Anytime. Let time pass. The more we talked about everything and nothing. From TV shows and memes to our worst fears and biggest desires. Before we knew it, evening dawned. I gotta go. I have work. Yeah, good luck. I'm always down to hang again. Yay, thank you for listening. It means a lot. I also had work. I didn't regret talking to her one bit. Hey, May, her door is open. I wonder where she is. Oh, she's not in. Okay, I thought she'd just gone back to opening a door. Okay, papers. Aww. God, they're cute. And some notes from my friend and roommate, May. You alright? Love, May. Hope midterm went well. Got you Boberts in the fridge. These are so cute. Who's both distant and a total sweetheart. Yeah, she is. Hello. Okay, accept it this time. Message me back, partner. You good, fam? Can I not reply? Is it one or the other or something? Why am I a hooligan enough with a PhD in buffoonery? Accept. The doggo. So cute. Send a beam back. There you go. Wonder if she'll respond. Thank you for dog. Time flies by fast. Must be all that tea. Are you? No, okay. I'm gonna go that way. The door to the outside world. Bathroom. The bathroom is the outside world now. Ah, that one was too obvious, and I missed it. She didn't seem to hear or see me. Okay, at least she's not dead. Hey, are you okay? I'm fine. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? You really okay? You don't look okay. I need to go. Give her a hug. I wanted to say something, yet I didn't want to break the silence. After a pause, she spoke. Thank you. I guess I'm not okay. I just say I'm okay because it's a gut reaction. I don't really feel okay, but I don't want to bother anyone. Especially you. You're so kind. I made soothing motions on her back. Why are you sad? I don't know. Why? I don't really want to talk right now. It's okay. I'm here for you. I'm not professional or anything, but when you need to talk, I'll always listen. Thank you again. Is there anything I can do? Just hug. It's been months since that day. We've got closer. I'd consider her a best friend. In dark moments, we held each other's hand. Although I supported her, I didn't want to feel responsible for her. Didn't want her to be dependent on me. So we drove to every therapist in town till we found one she liked. Hell yeah! One night, May hugged me by surprise. May? Thank you. What for? I don't know how to say this without seeming emotionally constipated. Thanks for caring about me. For listening to me. I couldn't tell you before because I was sad, but I really appreciate you. Anytime. Thank you too, for being my friend. You teach me to be more kind. Oh my god, no you. No you, owner of us. That night she gave me a note, both haunting and touching. It read, I was buried in the blizzard, the snow pelted powerful, unpredictable and never-ending. I weakly cried for help and no one came, my voice lost in the snow. But you saw my messages. You grabbed a shovel, helped, and I could finally open my door. The end. Hope. That's really cute. And I'm glad we got the good ending now. I'm glad we got the good ending. Jesus Christ. That got a lot deeper than I thought it would. Come subscribed! Hello! Thank you! Hell yeah! They've subscribed for 3 months! Fuck yeah! Good God, Jesus. Hell yeah, thank you! Okay. Well, that's the first game done. Good God, I did not expect it to be that dark. And deep. But okay, let's move straight on to the next one. This is The Freak Circus. Themed, yeah. I don't know anything about the games that I play. I just kind of go, oh, that one looks cute. Let's click on that. Okay, let's load this. When it wants to load it. Why are you not loading it? Why are you not doing that? Twitch really made me set up my computer after the weekend because I couldn't use my Prime sub on the mobile app. Really? Oh, that's really annoying. Well, I appreciate the effort you put in. Thank you. Why are you not loading the game? I've literally just downloaded it earlier today. Why are you being a dick? Let's go straight into the actual application rather than the shortcut. Does that help? That didn't help. Why are you not doing the thing? Okay, we'll come back to that one, I guess. It just doesn't want to work, so we'll come back to it. Okay. Will the other one load? Because otherwise we're getting a bit of an issue. Will this one load? What is the game? Darkness and space, the lights have failed. I know, right? No, it's supposed to be called Freak Circus, but it wouldn't even load. There we go. Okay, we have a game on the screen. There we go. Now I need to actually make it do the thing. There we go. English. This is It Gets So Lonely Here. This one is apparently about 3 hours long. So this might be the entire rest of the stream, I don't know. I wasn't planning on finishing the game because it was going to be at the end of the stream anyway, but we'll see what happens. I didn't expect the other game to just not work. It gets so lonely here. I'm going to turn down... because that was unnecessarily loud. Okay, there we go. Let's start. And again, I don't know what this game is either. You're running through a forest. It is late at night and the sky is black as pitch. There is nothing to light your way save for the moon's milky glow. Its rays cannot reach you, not properly. The trees which surround you, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you're going. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour. Am I like a bat? However, with the light of the sun to aid you, it would be of little use. You do not know where you're going. You have no map, no route, no plan. You're running like a frightened animal, anxious, nervy. Reminds me of the old text-based adventure games from the late 80s. Yeah, this one has the tag visual novel, so I think that's the entire point of it. Anxious and nervy with no destination in hand. You have no desire as you run, save escape. You cannot let yourself be caught. Caught by what? We have no context. Caught by what? If that were to happen, you're certain you'd be ruined. You have no choice, therefore, but to keep going, on and on and on, though your feet are screaming at you for mercy. You have no idea how long you've been running. Time has begun to blend together. It has lost all meaning. Something sharp snags at the hem of your skirt, but you do not have the luxury to pause and examine what's happened. Instead, you tug. Your skirt tears, the sound splitting through the forest, and you stumble forwards with a shocked grasp. You're free, but at what cost? Your skirt's been irrevocably damaged. Might be too late to worry about such trivial matters now, though. If you do not start running again, soon she'll catch you. Who's she? And then your life will be over. Who is she? You do not know if she's still following you, but you do not want to risk looking over your shoulder. If you were to see her silhouetted beneath a tree, looking at you with that sickly sweet smile, which once ensnared you, you would lose what little nerve you possess. Hi, Mommy. I don't know why you're calling Mommy, but okay, hello. Wouldn't quite go as far as Mommy. Spine. There we go. Your legs would lock up and your blood would freeze in your veins. Then you would crumple. You would fall, but you would not hit the ground. She would be there to catch you. Did she not promise, when you made that contract, that you would never be alone? You would like to take back that silly little wish of yours, but it's too late for that. She says, bouncing her boobs breastily. No, that'd be... That's just the... I was genuinely just stretching my back the first time. It's too late for a lot of things. All you can do is run. You run and run and run, while icy fog swells about your feet. Sparky Pup, that's my innocence ruined. I'll just tell you, I'm not sorry. This is an adult stream for a reason. Grab a fruit snack on the way out, I guess. Stretch. I just stretched already. Kill, goddammit. Oh, there we go. It's cold enough to sap the heat from your body, and you shudder from it. It feels as though you're drowning. It feels as though you're being buried alive. Your knees and your shins, meanwhile, are bleeding. You cannot endure much more of this. But if you value your own life, you must. You run and you run and you run. Until at long last you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split off through the forest. Well, 4 if you count the path which you came from. You cannot exactly double back on yourself, though, not when you've put so much effort into running forwards. You can only press on. The 3 paths are signposted, which is something of a strange sight given you're so deep in the forest. Dark though it may be, you've grown accustomed to the shadows. You can just about pick up the writing on this old, dilapidated signpost, curved and slanted though it is. Your fate, if you'll forgive me for sounding so cliché, is in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Oh god, here we go. The shore, the village, or the castle? Let's go to the village, we might be able to get help. So you want to go to the village? Good idea. Let us see what further trials await you there. This night is far from over. I'm gonna guess this has multiple endings as well, so the full 3-hour playtime is not gonna be on this stream. That way, I always like to leave a little bit for people to, if they like the game, go and play it themselves and support the devs, so yeah. The night is far from over, as much as you might wish it was, and there's still much more to discover. Hell yeah! The little bats! I love the little bats. Thank you, Sparky Pup. Yes, I had to make the little subscribe thing bats because it's really cute. I wonder what will happen next. You follow the path which leads to the village, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs which feel ready at a moment's notice to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. It is lol. I know, right? It's cute as hell. I love the little bats. There's only one cuter, and that's when I get a raid. The raid one is also really cute. Nearly as cute as my oinking pig. The oinking pig. It's really funny. Every time something got serious, is just oink. It's really funny. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. Your only hope as you continue to run that you'll find a suitable residence in which to rest at the village. You do not know what will await you, but you have visions as you run of a quaint, scenic settlement, all thatched cottages and sloping roofs. Surely there'll be a kindly peasant who'll be willing to put up a young runaway for a few nights. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly peasant from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. She'll be broad-shouldered and ruddy-faced, with dull brown hair crammed beneath a cap. Her arms will be sturdy from many years of washing clothes and milking cows, but she'll be kind to you and compassionate, just like a mother. You do not know what mothers are like. You hardly ever spoke to yours. Oof. You're only guessing. You're not a complete fool, however. Despite your tendency to daydream, you have a few reservations. Peasants do not, as you know from your voracious reading, have much money, nor do they have much food. It might be hard to convince a resident of the village, even a kindly washerwoman of your fantasies, to take in a complete stranger. Still, you must try. That's all you can do, really. Cute. That's just an average village in fucking the UK. Run to the village, but it takes some time before you emerge from the woods, but finally you manage it. Is this just a photo of the fucking dev's the home village? Little town. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Now that said, time had begun to lose its meaning. Fair enough. The forest is behind you and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It's still cold, though, and foggy. It's still dark, too. The sun is yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the village, nestled in the hills like a diorama. Hope anew bubbles within you. You've finally made it. Surely naught but your salvation awaits you. That's threatening. You follow the winding dirt path to the village, looking this way and that, but your hope, such a precious and fragile thing, begins to fade. The village up close does not look half as welcoming as you'd imagined. They're cottages, yes, but in a state of disrepair. There are holes in the roofs, holes in the windows. Most of the doors are tightly shut, but others are gaping open. The kitchens beyond them even darker than the night sky, which shrouds you. There are no lights in, and neither can you see any people, insomniacs like you, at them. You cannot hear anything either, beyond the sound of your own footsteps and the low, mournful sighing of the wind. The village is quiet, eerily so. Everybody's dead. It's immediately obvious, even to a naive girl such as yourself, that something terrible must have befallen this village. Everyone's dead. Or COVID came back again. You know, before you try your luck at one of the houses, that nobody will answer you. There will be no kindly, red-armed washerwoman to welcome you here, no matter how much you wish for it. But that does not stop you from wishing regardless. Your knuckles rap smartly against the wooden door, your efforts to improve, however, to be in vain. There's nobody here to hear you. How very sad. You try another door, and another, but the result is the same, regardless of how many doors you rap upon. Nobody answers you. How could they? There's nobody there. Once again, you found yourself alone. At least you found some dwellings in which you can rest your weary head. Will you utilise one of them? Nobody's here, you might as well. But no, an abandoned cottage is not what you're looking for. You would far rather have companionship, would you not? Bravely you swallow your tears, you wipe your eyes with the back of your arm in a well-practiced motion, then inhale. You square your shoulders, and you keep on going. Why? Just sleep in one of the abandoned... Okay. There must be one person here at the very least who can help you. That's what you're thinking as you resume your search. You flit from cottage to cottage with precious little to show for your determination, until you make yet another discovery. It has a church. Well, of course that's a church. The villagers who dwelt here were not godless heathens. Ah, damn. that not that the faith did them any good in the end. So I'm starting to dislike the ones with like just constant reading, because I realise I get really tongue-tied when I'm speaking out loud. Still, the sight of the church soothes your overtaxed heart. You are focused on your fantasies of a kindly washerwoman taking you in. You do not pause to entertain the fancy of a kindly nun doing much the same. All hope is not lost. You approach the church, which seems to tower over you despite it being so humble. The church is a small one, doesn't look it, but is stout and sturdy. It must be, for it has withstood centuries, forever standing, sentinel on this hill, like a relic from a bygone era. The church does not have any stained glass windows, but it does not need them. Even without more luxurious trappings, the church still exudes an aura of dignified solemnity. The stone building is fringed by a sizable graveyard, one which occupies the rest of the hilltop, some of its sloping sides. The graves have been planted by generations of wardens, are hewn from a similar stone to that which the church's walls are made of. Some of the gravestones are shaped like lozenges, others are shaped like crosses. A handful of headstones are even shaped like angels, though those are few and far between. There are very few people in a village such as this who can afford such a luxurious final resting place. You look at the tombstones with an almost childlike curiosity, forgetting in your examination of the visceral, heart-rending fear which gripped you as you ran through the forest. You are out of the woods now, and you've subconsciously already begun to relax. You tried to read the names hewed into the myriad tombstones, but it's dark and you are tired. Some of the graves are very, very old indeed. You strain your eyes, but do not have much luck in this endeavour. Oh well. Okay, so we can't read the stone that's got etched things in it, but we could read a old wooden sign that's probably gonna get way easier weathered in. Okay. You eventually tire of examining the graves in turn. This graveyard is an expansive one, unusually so given the village itself is so small. How can it boast so many corpses? And there's much to explore. You walk around the perimeter, casting your first gaze here, and then there, then everywhere, consumed as you are by your immense, all-encompassing curiosity. As you do, you see her. An ordinary girl, small and scrawny, just like yourself, but she's so much more than her unremarkable appearance might suggest. I was saying, is this the one we were running from now? You didn't tell us who her was at the start, so... For some moments you observe her, hiding all the while in the shadow cast by church. You are a furtive lizard, clinging against a rocky edifice to shroud itself in the sun. There is no sunlight here, though. There is only the night sky and the stars and the moon. Beneath the moon's light, a silvery implement the little girl is clutching shimmers. It takes you a few moments to see what it is the girl is clutching in her hands. It's not until you see her manipulate it, its sharp edge biting into the earth, that you understand. It's a shovel. This girl is standing in an isolated corner of the churchyard, late at night, and digging a grave. Well, you suppose she could also be digging a hole for the sake of it, but her work seems much too precise for this to be a result of mere whimsy. Ah, the whimsy. It's hard for you to see her face, given the distance between the pair of you, but her posture is one that speaks of supreme concentration. She moves slowly, mechanically, like a woman on a mission, driving the end of the shovel into the earth over and over again. Her motions are regular enough to be repetitive. There's something hypnotic, almost, in the manner in which she attends to this task. Should you risk interrupting her? Do you dare? You get the feeling she'd not appreciate it. The shoveling in her hands, meanwhile, is hefty. If she wished it, she could cause you no small amount of damage with it. Cold anxiety makes your skin prickle. You don't know if you should risk speaking to her when she, in her dark cloak with a shovel, looks so very strange. But what do you have left to lose? You've gone this far. It would be a folly to turn back now. Is with this thought in your mind you decide to approach the strange girl. Do I not get an option? This is just reading. Where's my options? Your footsteps are quiet. You've grown accustomed to slinking around like a cat, but they're not quiet enough. The girl's senses must be finely tuned because she blinks. Then she turns. Your eyes meet, and at once they do you. And once they do, I don't know why I fucking added a word there. And once they do, you feel the breath catching in your throat. You did not have a clear view of the girl before, concealed as you were in the shadows. Now she's looking at you, you can tell she's pretty. Oh, why, that's irrelevant. Her skin is smooth, and her hair, though obscured by a dark hood, is very fair. Her eyes, meanwhile, are clear, cool blue like ice. Those eyes of her, which are large with unease, are fringed with very fair, long eyelashes. She looks as though she stepped out of the page of a picture book, simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination? Nope, she's none of those things. The shovel she's clutching in her hands looks solid enough, its pointed tip glittering wickedly in the moonlight. You steel yourself, expecting perhaps some sort of outburst. Why are you immediately expecting things to go wrong? She could just be like, oh, who are you? That's about it. The tension drains from the girl's slender shoulders. Her fingers, which were once gripping the handle of her shovel tightly, relax. Her lips curve upward at the edges. She's smiling, and what a smile it is. It's transformative. When she smiles, she looks radiant, angelic almost. Are we flirting with this woman? This random woman? We were running for our lives like 5 seconds ago. What is going on? I'm very confused. It's a smile that is suffused with light that your eyes begin to prickle from it. You're so relieved you almost feel as if you could cry. It would not be the first time you've wept during this night, and neither would it be too surprising if you did. You've been through a lot. You must be exhausted. The girl holding the shovel seems to realise this, because she bridges the distance between you cautiously, and one might approach a skittish cat. Then she says in a rough voice which does not match her dainty appearance. Well, she does live in a rural village, what were we expecting? Oh, it's so good to see another person. I was afraid I was the only person left alive. The only one in the whole world. Naz is quite the effusive greeting. Her introductory speech is riddled with exclamation marks. She's rather more personable than her apparel would make her suggest. You, a well-bred young lady, cannot help but feel overwhelmed. It is your turn now to be on your guard. Anxiously, you observe the girl with the shovel, and you ask her what she means. What happened? Oh, do you not know? There's an awful lot you don't know. So much, in fact, you'd fill a whole encyclopedia. No, a whole library. You shake your head, ashamed at your ignorance, and the girl frowns. You mustn't be from around these parts. I guess I should have known the village is a small one, and everyone knows everyone else. The girl's expression falls. At least they used to, back when there were still people to know. That ain't the case now, though, not after the plague. Oh, it's the plague. Okay. There was a plague? Again, it's COVID. That would explain why the village, when you walked in, was so quiet. Did everyone else succumb to this mysterious illness? That's right. It's just me here now. I've not seen another human being in a long, long time. It gets so lonely here. Now that's an interesting turn of phrase. Catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the girl takes a step towards you. Oh, but where are my manners? They must have gone rusty after being on my own for so long. My apologies, miss. You look like you've come a long way. You said you were a traveller, yes? And your hands are very cold, just like ice. Would you like to come inside? Maybe have something warm to eat and drink? My home's small, I'm afraid, and my food ain't nothing fancy, but I'm more than willing to share. It's not every day another girl stops by, especially not one as pretty as yourself. I'm feeling very blessed. The girl laughs, a carefree, airy sort of laugh, which does not match your initial impression of her. You thought when you saw her among the graves she would be more distant somehow, and more mysterious. Perhaps you're mixing her up with somebody else. You're still unsure if you can trust the girl, but her invitation is an appealing one. It's much more appealing, certainly, than spending the night outdoors in the cold keeping of on the graves. What are you, a romantic poet? Please. You make a show of pondering the girl's invitation at the very least. You don't want to appear too eager, but your acquiescence is, alas, an inevitability. Why big words? Why big words? Specifically just to make people tongue-tied when they're reading it out loud. Why would you ever refuse her? She's the first friendly face you've seen all night. Without her, you'd be all alone. Your hostess leads you to a small, humble church. Humble home, not humble church. Located but a stone's throw away from the church, built in the shadows of a twisted, towering sycamore. The girl's home is in such a state it seems a folly to even call it a home. Hovel would, to you, be more appropriate descriptor. But when your hostess leads you inside, her eyes alive, she says, "Here we are, home sweet home." You don't have the heart to tell her that you don't find home very homey or very sweet. Stop being a dick. It's that or the ground on the outside, so shut up. It'd be incredibly rude. Yeah, exactly. As a guest, you ought to be more appreciative. You definitely do. Half-heartedly, you look around your newfound surroundings. The ceiling is supported by wooden joists and it's perilously low. Not so much that you feel you're in danger of bumping your head, but just enough to feel claustrophobic. There's a fire in the corner, though it's not consigned to a grate. The fire is instead blazing in the open, a circle of logs set alight like a scene from a witch's kitchen. Above the fire is a silvery pot, suspended from the wooden eaves. Other objects of interest are hung from the eaves, iron implements that you take to be cooking utensils, various herbs and strips of meat left to cure. The smell of cooking fills the air, mingled with the sharp, sour scent of unwashed bodies. Ew. How, you wonder, does your hostess clean herself? You do not see a bathtub anywhere. Perhaps she does not possess one. The girl's home is unremarkable in every regard, but it is, you suppose, better than nothing. At least there's a roof over your head and food to put in your belly. The girl looks at the pot suspended over the fire, which she gives a stir with a ladle. Then she brings the ladle to her lips to taste whatever concoction she's brewing. Are we gonna ask why she was digging a grave? Because by the sounds of it, people have been dead for like a good while, so they're already buried. Why was she digging a grave? Is it her own grave? You can only hope that she's not like the weird sisters from that famous play, brewing a broth with fenny snake fillets. Yes, I think this is just about done, she says to nobody in particular. She sets the ladle down back into the pot and looks to you and smiles. Maybe she was digging one up. Maybe she's lonely. No, gross. Ew. Plus, it specifically said she was digging it in like an empty plot in the corner, not digging up a grave. She starts tying them like fucking mannequins, tying them up to the rafters so she can move them like puppets. Do you want something? It looks like you've come quite a long way and you must be hungry. Those words are like music to your ears, even more divine than the trumpets of God's most loyal angels. You are so hungry you could eat a horse. How about a human? Not that there are any horses in the immediate vicinity. You express your interest to your hostess, who smiles in response. Thought you'd like the sound of that. Just give me a few moments. She retrieves two earthenware bowls from her cupboard with rickety hinges, and she pours 2 hefty helpings of whatever it is she's cooking. She serves with bread, which is so hefty it could be used as a murder weapon. It's not much, I'm afraid. It's only soup and bread, but it should take the edge off your appetite. Hey, don't sleep on soup and bread. It's fucking great. You thank your hostess for her hospitality, your stomach rumbling all the while. Soup does not look like anything you typically consume, but the soup's poor presentation does not dissuade you. It's true enough that people eat first with their eyes, but only when one is hungry. But when one is hungry enough, one becomes obliging enough to eat almost anything. Why else do you think people, when stranded upon a desert island, will resort to cannibalism? Humans are creatures of necessity. I like where this is heading. Please tell me she's just, like, is good at catching rabbits or something. This is like a rabbit stew. You like to wrap yourselves up in pretensions, but actually, you're not much better than the animals. You're so hungry and your stomach is achingly empty, you certainly descend upon your food like an animal. Your teeth glint, your incisors gleam, and soon you've consumed all that your hostess has offered you. Your hostess watches you while you eat, and she giggles once you've finished. Did you enjoy that? Oh, you catch your hostess's gaze, suddenly abashed. You were so hungry you failed to account for her judgment. And now you have food in your belly, though. You have been suitably warmed. Your old self-conscious is returning. Self-consciousness. Did you make fool at yourself? You demur shyly. Why the words so weird? I lay it. Looking at your lap, fearful all the while of what your hostess might think of you. You don't want her to take against you. Fortunately for you, however, and your fragile ego, she's not the judgmental sort. She's not like the girls you grew up with. I'm calling it now, she's a cannibal. There's human meat in that soup. It was human soup. It was bad soup. Not good soup. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's nice to see my food being appreciated so heartily. Hehe. I know I'm not the best, but I've been practicing for a long while. I used to cook for my father all the time, you see. Now, did you cook your father? My remark catches your attention. Quizzically, you look at your hostess. Your abashment over your animalistic eating habits suspended. What happened to her father? The plague. Seems a grim thing to contemplate after having eaten, but didn't your hostess mention something about a plague? Yes, her voice soft now and serious. That's right, it was a plague. Was it the kuvu, by chance? You know, the one you get from eating people. What of the villagers? Of her father? They're all gone now. Gone? Yes, you see? Your hostess rearranges herself upon the chair, one slender leg folded above the other. She begins her tale in earnest. My family has a history. We lived here for centuries by the church, so as we can tend to the graveyard. Ah, so this abode is centuries old then. It would certainly explain the dirt. My father used to prepare bodies for burial. Back when he was alive, he built the coffins and dug the graves and lowered the coffins into the dirt. I know it might sound like an awful job, but somebody's got to do it. There's no sense averting our eyes from death, not when it happens to the best of us. It's a noble profession, one that's been handed down in our family for generations. My father's father was a gravedigger, so was my father's father's father, and my father's 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 father. Yeah, we get it. Digging graves is in our blood. It's who we are. My. That was a surprisingly pretty speech coming from a girl who lives in the countryside without much in the way of education. It's apparent just to listen to her and the way she slurs her syllables together. She's never had any elocution lessons, not like you. I certainly have not. I cannot speak. I can read great, unless it's out loud, then I can't speak. My brain and my mouth don't compute. There's a determination, however, to her, and a pride in her genealogy, which gives you a respectable aura. You cannot help but be impressed. So you ask your hostess, does that make her one in a long line of gravediggers? Yes, she says. That's about right. I had electrocution lessons, that's why I'm called Sparky. No. Elocution. Like, to speak eloquent and things, not be electrocuted. I was never supposed to be a gravedigger myself. Giggles. Don't be a gremlin. No, be a gremlin, it's fine. I'm glad you're having fun, Sparky. It's not a woman's profession, that's what everybody says. My father didn't mind that, though. He taught me everything he knew and then some. I think there's much difficulty to dig big hole. Might be a woman, but I've had plenty of upper body strength. I can dig a grave just as well my father could without breaking a sweat. To the despair of my mother up in heaven, I'm sure. I'm sure if she was still alive, she'd rather I focus on more feminine pursuits, like basket weaving or sewing, to attract a better suitor. Not that would do much good now. There's nobody around who'd court me, not for miles and miles. And what happened to her mother? The plague, I'm guessing. She died when I was very young during childbirth. I was only 5 years old. Well, you can relate to her at least upon this point. Your parents are not dead, at least as far as you're aware, but you've not seen them in an awfully long time. Yeah, it's good, not been here for long, didn't see the point of watching games until I played some at the owner's place. Fair enough. Until I watched some at the owner's place. I mean, a lot of people tend to, like, do you know how sometimes when you're doing something or you're eating or whatever, you'll have, like, YouTube on in the background, or you'll have random TV on in the background? I've realised that's what a lot of people use Twitch for. They'll just have, like, a streamer that they like in the background, just to fill the noise, I guess. But either way. Yeah, background noise. Exactly. Background noise. They sent you away as soon as you were old enough, and they've never once bothered to check up on you. For many years there've been no letters nor any visits. You offer the gravedigger your condolences. You don't know if they'll help, but you feel like you can't say nothing. That'd seem heartless. The gravedigger, however, does not seem too upset by the turn of events, because she smiles, albeit somberly. It's alright, it was ages ago. I don't remember her too well. I've never really had the luxury of sitting around feeling sorry for myself. I had too much work to do. Around the house, you ask? That too. I was the oldest child, so it was my job after my mother died to manage the sweeping and the cooking, and looking after my siblings too. Yeah, same. Older sibling, woo. You blink intrigued and then glance about your hostess's humble lodgings. Let me double check something real quick. There we go. The game sound was turned down for some reason, but here we are. Okay. You blink intrigued and then glance around your hostess's humble lodgings. You don't see any siblings in the immediate vicinity. Where could they be? Dead! We've established this. Everybody died. Why is the character we're playing an idiot? She said everybody died. The gravedigger must have noticed your roving eyes. You're not exactly being subtle, because she shakes her head. I had siblings. 2 younger brothers. They're both gone now. Oh, you should have known. Yeah, she said there was a plague. We apologise to the gravedigger for your lack of tact. She does not seem upset by this faux pas. Don't apologise. It's not your fault. My brothers weren't long for this world anyway. Youngest died when he was still a babe, and the oldest, he died before he reached double digits. The siblings were breakfast and lunch, definitely. What are you commanding? What? I'm confused. Should I be confused? should I be confused? I'm trying something, don't worry about it. Okay, I mean, you're the lead moderator, so I'll trust you, I guess. I'm confused, but then I'm new, so that's not a new thing. Yeah, that's fair. Have fun experimenting with all your privileges, I guess. I was upset at the time, of course, but I've come to terms with it. Life is a fleeting thing in this wicked old world. There's something you learn in this trove, digging graves, I mean. I've dug graves for the elderly and the infirm, but I've also dug graves for young babes still in their swaddling clothes. That's depressing as fuck. That's the nature of death that comes for all of us in the end, no matter how old we are, no matter how much money we have, no matter how good or bad we've been. It's the great equalizer. Also, I've heard. A chill creeps down your spine as you listen to your hostess' speech. She's not wrong, but the inherent morality of all of humankind is not something you wish to contemplate. Yeah, let's not do that. It's too disturbing. For the longest of times, my family was a small one. It's just my father and me, but it's fine, it's how I liked it. I was happy, even if our lives weren't the best. I never had any fancy clothes to wear, so we can't dine on the finest of foods. In the grand scheme of things, we ain't anything that special, but I've always felt otherwise. I thought I was blessed. We knew hardship, of course, and famine, but that's just the way life is round here. When food supplies are low, we always help one another out. Did you eat each other? Is that the plague? I had my father, but also the rest of the village. We all kind of looked after one another. Things always worked out in the end. At least they did. Until the plague happened. So I found a command to do a nice shout out thing, but not sure if it works in native Twitch or if you needed a separate thing to make it work. I was going to see if the command line worked before offering to add it. Oh wait, command help. Sure, have fun. I don't know what you're doing, but have fun. Think you need the stream elements, maybe. See, I don't have stream elements. I have... what's it called? Bleh. I have stream stickers, and I have... the extensions I have... We'll talk about it later. If it's an extension, then I'll need to add it specifically. If it's not an extension, then I don't have to add it, and you can do whatever. Either way. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah. Yes, she had mentioned a plague. You'd been wondering when she was going to return to that topic. You suppose the plague is the reason the village, as you traversed it, is so very empty? You'd suppose right. The plague tore through the village. I don't remember when. It feels like a while ago. Maybe it wasn't all that long after all. Feels like I've been on my own for centuries, but your hostess's eyes begin to cloud over. She looks as though she's entrenched within her own memories. What could she be remembering? You've never seen a plague before, though you've heard of them in your history lessons. Your history professor was quite enthusiastic about the subject. She talked about piles of dead bodies stacking up on the streets, stacked up in the wooden carts, come to take the way with no shortage of aplomb. My history professor was also very, very excitable about plagues. Once we learned about the Black Death, and he brought in stuffed rats to throw at people. And it was really funny because he ran into the room and went, "You've got the plague! You've got the plague! Bubonic plague!" And we're like, what the fuck? Is this man high? Turns out no, he's just very excitable and also has ADHD. But yeah, he threw rat teddies at us all and was like, haha, plague. It was a weird day. It was a weird day. I mean, at least it made me remember things, because I remember getting a fucking rat teddy thrown at me, so... Sounds nuts. It was really weird. But this was a weird man, so... I like him. Yeah, so, but... It's been a good few years now. Jesus, it's been, oh god, lots of years, let's not count. She was a strange woman, your history professor. The plague came on very suddenly and there's no warning. One day everyone's fine and the next... they were all dead. That doesn't sound like a plague, that sounds like a genocide. In one day? That doesn't sound like a plague, friend. We wouldn't have a small amount of anxiety that you are the gravedigger. You ask worriedly. Surely they couldn't have all died. Is that not an exaggeration? Oh, if only. I wish I was exaggerating. That's the truth. Honest to God. I did my GCSEs 30 years ago. I feel old. I did not. I was... Jesus. Now I'm having to maths as well as reading. Thanks. 6 years, I think. Yeah. 6 years since I did my GCSEs, but the teacher I'm specifically talking about was in year 9, so yeah. There you go. People in this village died one after the other, just like that. I saw what the plague does to people firsthand. My father was one of the first people who caught it. I think one of the bodies came through that we buried must have had it. Not that I know for certain, I'm just guessing still. Not even a decade. I know, right? I'm a baby. My father didn't have an easy time of it. His skin turned all grey and clammy, he complained of a horrible fever, then there were night sweats and stomach cramps. He just had his period, it's fine. Then there were the boils, never mind. The boils? Pustules. The size of eggs, and they were all full of pus. When they burst, it stunk, and the whole house was full of it. The stink of death. It's the bubonic plague, except that's usually like 5 days, not 1. Man flu. Sorry, that was really funny. Man flu. He died of the man flu. A wise woman of the village came to see if she could be of any use, but it was no good. He was too far gone already. She took one look at him lying on his deathbed and shook her head. She said she didn't want to get any closer. I can't say I blame her. It was a ghastly sight. I didn't appreciate it at the time, though. Felt like she turned her back on us. I wished her ill. I remember that after she left. Until a few days passed, she fell sick too. Okay, it was hyperbole to say one night then. Then I felt bad for cursing her. I couldn't help but worry if it was all my fault. It's silly, I know, but... The gravedigger closes her eyes. She seems to squeeze her lids together until her lashes melt like flecks of fallen snow. Her shoulders, which are very slender, are shaking. She looks as though she might at any moment fall apart. It wasn't long after the rest of the village fell ill. They all had the same symptoms as my father, the clammy skin, the fever, the boils. The boils grew and then burst, and then they died in screaming, stinking agony. It's the bubonic plague. My father died too, only 3 days after he fell ill, but I think it was 3 days too many. I didn't want my father to die, of course. I did everything I could to help him, but it was pointless. None of my herbal salves had any impact. I couldn't make a blind bit of difference. All I did was stand at his bedside telling him it'd be alright until his eyes sank into his skull like 2 black stones and his mouth dried out. During that last day before he died, he might have been a corpse already. Didn't look at me, didn't speak to me, just lay in his bed with his eyes closed, groaning. I'd never wished any ill on my father before, but during those moments... The gravedigger squeezes her hands, which are resting upon her black-clad lap, into fists. She trembles. Then, in a voice throbbing with awful emotion, she says, I wish he'd just died. Well, based on her anecdote, it does not sound like she had an overly long to wait. Definitely man flu. He died after 3 days of the man flu. Oh, my spine. I really need to get a new chair. It's, like, actually causing real issues. If you could hear the sound of that pop then, Jesus Christ. Snap, crackle, and fuck my back. I wonder if she would consider that a silver lining. It's true, I die every time I have a cold. Coward. I say I'm immunocompromised, it's not great, but shush. Coward. Perhaps not. The gravedigger's still shaking. She'll not cry, will she? You hope not. Awkwardly, you look at the gravedigger. You're not sure how to soothe her, but you know you must make some sort of effort, even if it's a token one. You shift upon your chair, which feels very cold and very hard beneath your thighs. You say very softly that you're sorry. It's not much, but it's all you can think of saying. You had thought initially that your situation was comparable to that of the gravedigger, but now you can see that's not the case. How would it be comparable? You ran away from a questioned mystery woman and found an entire village of people have been wiped out, and one sole remainer. How is that in any way comparable? She's the only one left. She's watched everybody around her die, and you ran away from a person? Our suffering has far outstripped your own. There you go. Not that suffering is a competition, of course. Your apology feels inadequate to your ears, largely because it's the gravedigger seems not to mind it. She's very big-hearted, that girl, to smile at you, no matter how foolish you may be. You really deserve such kindness. Oh, again with the apologies. It's alright, like I said, you didn't cause it. I'm not upset at you, I'm just recounting what happened is all. Be gone, bot. Be gone. Be gone. Thank you, Cam. Be gone, bot. Oh, they're here as well. Yeah, they're everywhere, don't worry about it. Bots, they suck. It's alright. I've already read that. I do wonder, though, why I never fell sick myself. That is weird. I thought I was going to die, so I'd already prepared for the Reaper to come and take me away. But maybe he wasn't interested. Maybe he'd already satiated his appetite and all the others. That, or he thought he'd have to leave me alive for practicality's sake. With my father gone, who else would tend to the dead? I was the only person left by the end of it all, so I had to bury all the people in the village. They're all resting peacefully now, under the earth, where the plague can't reach them. On the other hand, I'm happy for them. They were able to escape from all their suffering. When I think about all the people I've lost, though, the gravedigger tenses. Then she sniffs. When I think about the kindly washerwoman who helped me scrub the mud and dirt from my clothes. Aha! So this village did have its fair share of washerwomen after all. It would seem your earlier insistence upon this particular point was not without merit. Not the time. And the handsome young farmhands who used to flirt with me. The priest who preached at the church, who told us wonderful tales of paradise, and the children who would skip stones on the lake and play hopscotch in the streets. I can't help but feel so lonely. The gravedigger's eyes begin to shine. Once she's finished her address with tears, she does not let them fall. She's being very brave, much more so than you are. Anxiously extend a hand towards her, meaning to, what, give her a hug? You don't know her well enough. Pat her head? That'd be infantilizing. Squeeze her hand? Perhaps that could be misconstrued as romantic overture. That's the last thing you want. You endured more than your fair share of teasing over that. You sit there for a few moments, paralysed by indecision as the gravedigger poorly suppresses her sniffles. In the end, you let your arm drop back to your side, and your hand rests upon your lap, useful as damp kindling. Pussy. You do not know what to do with it. You do know that you ought to say something, though, to show that you heard her plight and that you care. You don't know what that something should be, however. No words could console the gravedigger. They would never be enough. They can offer some balm, however, to the bereaved, and so after a pause just long enough to be awkward, you offer your condolences. What else can you say? Oh no, the gravedigger replies. I know it was meant to be like a, oh no, it's okay, but, oh no, anyways. Wiping a few stray tears away from the back of her arm. It's alright. I've grown used to it, really. Being on my own, I mean. It ain't so bad, really. I'm not alone now, at least. I've met you, and you'll keep me company, won't you? What can you say to that? You aren't callous enough to trample this poor girl's hopes, are you? You know full well how awful that feels. You can do nothing but nod, a response which makes the girl smile more widely still. That's wonderful. I know you're just a traveller who's passing through, but I can offer you bread and board until you leave. I have food enough and a spare bedroom. I can make it up for you right now. You must be tired after your long journey. Just give me a moment. She rises to her feet in a flurry of excitement and then retreats. You watch as she departs, a little too eager to please, and frown. The girl's home is a small, humble one with a low ceiling and slanted walls. You can't imagine such a small dwelling possesses a spare room. This so-called spare bedroom is, in all likelihood, the room her father slept in before the plague carried him off. You don't think you'd much like to spend the night in the room of a dead man, but what choice do you have? You're tired, wretchedly so. Why is it all you can do to keep your eyes open? While you were running through the forest, desperate to escape your pursuer, you had no thought in your mind beyond finding some safe sanctuary in which you could recuperate. Now that you found said sanctuary, it'd be unreasonable to find faults with it. You ought to learn to be more thankful for what you have. There are many, many people in the world with less. You rise and follow the gravedigger, once she's finished her preparations, to a so-called spare bedroom, which is every bit as cramped as you feared it'd be. There's a bed, which comes as a relief. The rest of these lodgings are so humble you're half expecting a straw pallet. As tired as you might be, you can't lie to yourself. You've no desire to sleep among the hay like an animal. The sheets of the bed are clean too. In fact, you discern with a cursory glance. So you will not be expected to sleep upon the sweat-soaked linen of a plague-ridden man after all. It's really your lucky day. I got you this too, she says shyly as she hands you a folded gown. To sleep in. I thought it might come in handy. Your own clothes are, a little shabby. She can say that again. Your skirt's covered in mud and the hem is torn and ragged. The nightgown is one of my old ones, so it's suffered a bit of wear and tear, but I hope it'll fit alright. It's clean if nothing else. You accept the nightgown from your benefactress with the words of thanks. You want to sound appropriately appreciative, but cannot mask your fatigue. Weariness overcomes you and you yawn, a fact the gravedigger does not fail to notice. I can't speak. Oh, begging your pardon, I don't want to keep you. I'll be making myself scarce. If you need anything, though, don't hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to help. She bows her head to you like a drudge and then hurries off, closing the door behind her with a thud. Tired though you are, you soon find that you rather miss your hostess's company. In the face of her good-natured smiles, you almost forgot all your hardships you've hitherto endured. How could you forget all the hardships because she tells you what she's been through is 100 times worse, not because of her smiling at you? Jesus Christ. In her absence, however, your lodgings feel unbearably cold and inhospitable. You suppress a shudder, then unclothe yourself. You work as quickly as you're able, but your fingers are cold and they fumble with the buttons of your blouse. It takes you more time than you'd like to complete this endeavour, but soon you have your shirt and skirt dispensed of. You're too tired to fold them neatly, so you don't bother to fold them at all. Instead, you cast them carelessly upon the floor, as defiant as a sulky child, and then pull on your new nightgown. Your hostess's earlier warnings were apt enough. It is quite warm, but it fits well enough. It's more comfortable, at least, than your old uniform. You've endured worse. Uniform? Are you like a maid or something that's running away? Are we going to get context, or is it just going to keep telling us depressing shit? Newly dressed and ready for bed, you loosen your hair from the braids and settle down among the sheets. It's with a sigh that you extinguish the weakly flickering candlelight which burns on your bedside, with another sigh that you lay your head down upon your pillow. I don't like that the music has stopped. The sound has gone entirely silent, and I don't like it because there has been sound all the way through this. Though physically exhausted, you have to wonder whether you'll be able to sleep at all. Now I'm hearing heartbeat. You can recall your previous dash through the forest in such vivid details your heart is still pounding. The fear is yet to leave you. Perhaps it'll never leave you. Your terror was such, it almost feels as though it's fused itself into your bones, into your very being. But your exhaustion is greater than your worldly anxieties, and soon it claims you. Your eyelids fall shut, your breathing inevitably begins to even out. It's not long until you're spiralling through a dark, deep abyss, lost in Morpheus's kingdom. Your sleep, despite your wearied state, is not as restorative as you'd hoped. Your imagination has always been overactive, even at the conservatoire. You are frequently beset by dreams of the most vivid nature. Dreams that... My brain just entirely glitched there. Jesus. The dreams that you have this night, lying beneath unfamiliar sheets upon an unfamiliar bed, are no less intense than usual. In your dreams, you're back at the conservatoire, a place where this adventure of yours began. You're wearing the crisp white blouse you once discarded, and your grey, unremarkable skirt. Your hair is tied in braids, and your eyes are downturned, forever focused on your feet. You tried to not look at your classmates, though you thought of yourself fortunate if they did not look at you in return. You did not want anyone to notice you, until that awful winter where everybody stopped paying attention to you for good. No one tried to trip you when you walked past them in the hallways, and no one so much as glanced at you. All of a sudden there were no malicious whispers, no wicked laughter, no pulled hair, no thrown objects. You were giddy with relief at first over this newfound means of tormenting you that your classmates had devised, but this little game, that of complete and utter disregard, continued on and on and on, as the days grew shorter and the nights grew longer. As time passed, you began to fret as the state of your own corporeality. Could anyone still see you? Did you exist at all? Then at long last you found, quite by accident, the source of all your woes. One of the girls had erected it in the forest, through which you were sometimes bidden to jog for PE class, beneath the shade cast by an old oak tree. It was a makeshift tombstone, a small, meagre monument made of stone, upon which one of your classmates had hewn a name. Your name. You knew at once as you stood there, standing beneath the shade of that ancient tree. This was the reason behind your classmates' silence. This was why they had, for many months, been ignoring you so gone. They'd buried you. In their hearts, you'd already died. Fun! Your eerie dreams notwithstanding, you sleep more comfortably than you'd anticipated. Then you awake the following morning to the sweet chirping of birdsong. You feel well rested, a bit woozy, albeit woozy. Your head's aching. It's nothing, however, than a hot cup of tea you cannot fix. You stumble into the kitchen in your nightclothes, hair loose. I keep burping from the energy drinks, probably. Your hair loose and your feet bare. The gravedigger turns to you. She looks at your face, which is pasty, and your under eyes, which are dark, and exclaims in the manner of one accustomed to solving problems, not complaining about them. Oh, you look awful. I think you need something warm to drink, and maybe something to eat too. Let me get started on breakfast. And that is exactly what she does. She gets started on breakfast, which proves to be the simple affair, nothing like the luxurious food you're accustomed to in your past life. The bread is hard enough to break your teeth on, and the cheese is a bit too strong. It's food all the same, though, and you don't complain. Your stomach is beginning to grumble. The tea is inoffensive, at least. You drink it gratefully. You thank the gravedigger girl for her hospitality, and she smiles at you in return. A sunny smile, like a field of blooming bellflowers. Cute. It's no problem. Don't hesitate to ask me if you need anything else, she says, words which come to symbolise your relationship. You stay with the gravedigger for many, many more days, and limited though her means might be, she always tries to help you. The gravedigger sets you chores about the house to keep you occupied, a fact for which you're grateful. You need to do something to keep your mind off frantic flight through the forest. You can almost forget about it now during the day. During the night, however, it turns to you, the sound of your feet against the foliage, the swirling fog. When you sleep, you're assailed by nightmares. Sometimes you awake after midnight, the sheets twisted around your body, and your mouth gaping open in a paroxysm of terror. Though you try to tell yourself otherwise, you're still afraid. Being with the gravedigger makes you feel less so, though, particularly when you're sleeping the floor or keeping an eye on the bread loaves so they don't burn. You attend to most of the domestic chores, while the gravedigger concerns herself with the work she knows best, and that is digging graves. How many more graves do you realistically have to dig? Because I'm assuming everybody's buried by now. You've been alone for God knows how long. Why do you keep digging more graves? There's no more people to bury in the graves. What is going on? Her dogged persistence when it comes to this pursuit intrigues you, so much that you can't help but post a question to her on one particular morning when the sky is festooned with clouds. Why, you ask her, perhaps a touch insensitively, do you continue to dig graves? There's nobody left after all to dig them for. That's what I just said. You've always been practical and you can't see the point in it. What's the point in it? She ponders while holding her precious shovel to her chest. Fortunately, she doesn't seem upset by a question, despite its bluntness. Are you sure? Because that photo there looks pretty upset. You count yourself lucky her temperament is so placid. I don't suppose there is a point to it, really, she says, eventually with a small smile. I know it doesn't have any practical purpose, but, well, digging graves is what my father did. He showed me how to do it so I could continue his legacy. My father wanted to keep our family tradition going. So, they're all dead. Everyone's dead, Dave. But also, so let me get this straight. Because your father taught you how to dig graves, there is now just an area of land that is however fucking many knows 6 foot drops. That doesn't seem safe. Imagine walking through a random field and then you just fall down a fucking hole. You climb out, you're so excited that you're back out, you're happy you're finally out of there, and you fall down another fucking hole. What? Also, hello, Ursa. What a time for you to pop by. Hello. Why are you falling in so many holes? Why are you digging so many holes? It is pointless. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad. You just keep on digging. Anyways, I suppose I want to do the same. That's all there is to it, really. Maybe she's preempting visitors. Oh no, I'm a visitor. Let's not. That's all, is it? You can understand that? You can't at all, not even a little bit. The companion's actions might appear to be illogical, there's a kernel of reason nestled among them. Well, it said we were here for days and days and days and days and days, which is a lot of days. And then it also said she's been here a while before us. And if she's been digging holes every single day, there must be just a massive patch of like field or whatever that is just so many graves just open. That is a nightmare. I mean, at least she'll never have to hunt because shit'll just fall in it. She doesn't dig graves out of any sense of purpose, she does it instead out of sentiment. Alright. Besides, I have to do something to keep myself busy, don't I? If I spent my days idling all I earn, I think I'd go mad. So let me get this straight. I'm doing all your housework while you're digging holes. This isn't a fair... Okay. Is she making barrows over the other graves? I don't know. Is it just tunnels and she's calling it graves? Or is it just individual graves not linked in any way? Are they, like, organised in a line with specific spacing? Or are they just... eh? We thought she was a cannibal earlier. I'm still saying she is. She might be. She might be. Either the food we ate is human, and that's where the entire village disappeared to, or she doesn't hunt, the food just throws itself in the open graves. It's gonna be one or the other. The gravedigger laughs at this, although the prospect of her own madness is amusing. Her laugh, despite her slender stature, is not particularly delicate, reminds you, perhaps unkindly, of the braying of a horse. She could be filling them back in, or is she a dwarf? The spoil heap has to go somewhere. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I mean, it did say that the church and everything is on a hill. Do you reckon she's just making the hill? She digs the graves at the bottom of the hill and just extends the hill the other way? It's really dumb. We cannot all be well-bred young ladies, you know. Still, the laughter of the gravediggers that echoes through the grey, gloomy sky is strangely desperate. It sounds forced. Her smile, too, is a touch unnatural. The rictus grin of a corpse. Defo an odd game, but strangely watchable. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you for watching. You find, despite your attempts to return her laughter with a polite giggle, that you cannot. You can't help but pity her. You retreat indoors briefly after your talk with the gravedigger, then set about some simple chores. Again, why am I doing her chores and she's just digging holes? Can we not share chores and possibly share digging holes? Or how about we just stop digging holes? Also a good answer. Stop digging holes. But she don't apply permission. She's a tunneling zombie. Oh my god, she's a tunneling zombie. Azzy's on a 10 stream streak. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Azzy. Thank you. But yes, she is a tunneling zombie. Thank you for the bit as well. A tunneling zombie is really funny. It's just an undead dwarf. Maybe it's her whole career. Sparky, time out. Sparky, go to the corner. Go to the naughty corner. That was bad, and you should feel bad. That was awful. It's her whole career. That was awful. I love you, boo. That was awful. The gravedigger trusts you well enough to manage sweeping the floor, a task which doesn't take long, and the preparing of the meals, a task which takes slightly longer. It's not until much later, however, the sun has already sunk beneath the horizon and the moon's high in the sky, that the gravedigger returns from outdoors. How many holes is she digging? Why? She's windswept after many hours exposed to the elements, and there's dirt caked beneath her fingernails. Is she digging with her hands? She has a shovel. Why is the dirt under her fingernails? Is she just like a nightmare? She removes a cloak which hangs by the door and looks to the pot suspended over the fire, a fire which you stoked with your own fair hands. The scent of cooking food, garlic, and onions fills the air, suffusing the interior of the kitchen in a homey aroma, which makes your stomach rumble. You're trusted enough to sweep a floor, more than I'm trusted with tasks, to be fair. Honestly understandable. Said like a person who's never done a day's work outside. Look, man, I don't like outside. I don't see the sun because I work night shifts. I use a sweeper and a dustpan and brush at work, and my hands still get dirty. That's fair. To be fair, in my defence, all the work I do is with just my hands. So I'm not used to using a tool and then still getting it on my hands. So I have a Henry at work. I have a Henry at home, so. Taking stock of this, the Gravedigger smiles at you, a toothy smile, which, despite her status as a lowly peasant, is surprisingly clean and bright and white. A lowly peasant. This woman is feeding you, clothing you, giving you a roof over your head, isn't asking for basically anything in return, and you're still insulting her. I get it, she's a bit of a lunatic, she's digging holes everywhere, she's decimating the local ecosystem, but why are you still insulting her? Your hands are always dirty. I'm saying nothing. Thank you so much, dear one. Weird. There's nothing like returning home after a hard day's work to find dinner already prepared. Now let me give it a test. The Gravedigger dips a spoop. Digs a spoop. Digs a spoon, or dips a spoon, into the soup. There we go. My words just completely fucked up on that sentence. Digs a spoop. The Gravedigger dips a spoon into the soup and brings it to her lips. She blows upon it. Yep, heh, but my nails are always immaculate. That they are, and usually pointy and sharp. Great. She places the spoon into her mouth and the wooden utensil clacking against her teeth. Ugh. You observe this with a touch of anxiety. Will she like the food you've prepared for her? You've cooked for her before in the past, and she was always very complimentary of your efforts. Cooking is not your forte, however. I can cook, it's great. You've never had to concern yourself with it, really, growing up in the relative comfort as you did. You think that you enjoy this rural, rustic mode of existence more than you did any of the privileges of your past life. At least now, with the Gravedigger, you have a steadfast friend and a staunch ally. When you're with her, you're not alone, and that's worth its weight in gold. The Gravedigger exclaims, after drawing the spoon from her lips. I smile, a bright, guileless one. It's delicious. Your face flushes at the compliment. You're unaccustomed to receiving them, and it makes you feel good. Shyly, you ask the Gravedigger if she truly means that, a query which makes her smile. Oh, of course I mean it. Also, have you been staying with her for days now, and not just got her name? You keep referring to her as the Gravedigger. I'm sure she has a name that's not that. Like, what? Of course I mean it. You become quite good at cooking. Really? That's a relief. You are not very good at all of... You're not very good at all of this cooking malarkey in the beginning. Cooking malarkey. There's just an entire conversation in my chat about Ursa's nails being sharp and good for back scratches. They definitely are. I can't wear nails for long because I get pissed off with them and then bite them off, so... Or as I did once, I got Build-A-Gel nails, which last really long and it builds onto your actual nail. And they pissed me off after 3 weeks, so I literally... And I couldn't bite them off because they're built to my actual nail. So I just took a pocket knife and just... And it was great. Most of them it worked on. This one, I ended up accidentally skinning my finger a little bit. So it was not a great idea. So I don't recommend taking your nails off with a pocket knife. Because I went, like, rock climbing. I went, like, up the side of cliffs and shit. I was in the arse end of Wales. And it was great. And they still didn't come off. And I thought climbing up just bare rocks and cliff faces would have made them snag and come off. But no. The Gravedigger, I've worked out, she's a wrestler and that's her wrestler name. Did you watch WrestleMania? Although all the Hulk Hogan ads got real annoying. You do not know how to handle a knife, nor how to peel a vegetable, and you cut yourself more than once, as we were saying. You bled into the soup on several occasions, but never once did you throw the sullied soup out. That's cannibalism. That's weird. The Gravedigger lives a humble existence, and she cannot afford to waste her precious ingredients. So she was eating your blood. And you don't see an issue with this. Your soups during your stay have all been seasoned with the slightest hint of iron. And she's not complained because of what? a bit of blood in the soup didn't hurt anyone. That's not at all true. You can get very permanent liver damage. Let's not liver damage, kidney damage. That one. Let's not do that. You drink blood, you don't eat blood, Jesus, okay? Well, no, in this way, you're eating it because it's in a soup, so, and you don't drink soup most of the time, you eat it, and she's soaking it up with bread, which means, again, eating it, so, don't put ketchup in it or you'll become Count Duckula. Okay. Today's soup, however, is marked a step above the rest. You did not cut yourself with a knife even once. Maybe your companion's compliments are not empty fluff. Maybe you really are improving. This soup should be ready to serve. I have some bread too that we can eat it with, but oh, I should brew some tea too. Let me. Ah yes, the tea. You knew you were forgetting something. You're so focused on the soup it must have slipped your mind. What about blood sausage? See, that's okay because it's already been, like, processed and the toxins taken out. Same with, like, black pudding, for example. A tiny bit of blood in an entire stew is not going to give you kidney damage. Every single day it might. If you're eating blood stew every single day, it's gonna give you kidney damage. Or liver damage. But yeah, no, it's already, all the, like, toxins and shit have already been processed out for things like, you know, blood sausage, black pudding, that kind of thing. So that's fine. But just straight blood, like, into a soup, not good. Don't ask how I know. The face blood wine. Again, anything that's specifically been processed into something else, all the toxins have already been removed, so you're good. Anything that's just straight up slice and into a glass or something, bad. It's the same as how you can't eat human liver or brain. Brain and liver, you'll probably get Kuvu virus, I think it's called. Again, bad. It's basically like Alzheimer's and dementia combined into one, and it deteriorates your brain. It's real bad. Your face flushes. Yet again, at this oversight, you shyly offer to correct it. Gravedigger, however, waves your request aside. No, it's alright. You made the dinner, so I'll brew the tea. It's only fair. It won't take all that long. Would you mind serving up the soup while I'm busy? Of course you wouldn't mind. You do enjoy making yourself useful. For a lady, you're awfully domestic. You work alongside the gravedigger to finish your nightly meal, and together you serve it, soup and bread, alongside 2 cups of piping hot tea, prepared by your hostess's own 2 hands. You sit together at the table and partake in this simple fare, after saying grace. The soup really is quite good, despite it being made from only the most commonplace of ingredients. There's a bit of a kick to it, and it warms you from the inside out. The tea, meanwhile, is very soothing, so much so it makes you feel rather sleepy. She drugged you. You're gonna be in the next soup. You would like to sit with the gravedigger for a while longer, tell stories, or, as you have sometimes in the past, bat or play cards. The nights are long and there's no better way to pass them than spending time with her. Yet you still don't know her name. Games of old maid, alas, will have to wait. You're too tired for it. You do not know what has happened, but after consuming your victuals, you feel utterly fatigued. She drugged you. You explain your predicament to her between yawns, and she nods in response. She's been drugged. That's what I said. Been drugged. She drugged you. That's alright. You don't need to stay up with me. Not if you ain't up to it. You should head off to bed and rest that pretty head of yours. You're gonna be in the next soup. You are the next soup. You don't think you're particularly pretty, but you presume that the gravedigger is just regurgitating a phrase to you. She don't truly mean it. How could she? She's far prettier than you are. You thank the gravedigger for her understanding and then rise from the table. You're gonna be in the next soup. You retreat to the spare bedroom on trembling legs and then change out of your clothes. You only just slid into your nightgown when you hear the rapping of knuckles upon your door, light and unobtrusive. This rapping could, of course, belong to but one person. It's the gravedigger to come check up on you. I'm sorry, she says, but you rushed to your room so soon after eating. I couldn't help but worry about you. Wouldn't you mind if I took a look at you? I just want to see you're alright. She's trying to keep her voice steady, but you can hear it wavering regardless. She really does sound concerned, so much so she could very well be on the brink of tears. You don't want her to cry for you. You'd feel horribly guilty if you upset her, even inadvertently, given all she's done for you. You bid the gravedigger entry into your room, therefore, without further delay, an invitation she hastens to take. The door swings inwards with a creak, and there your hostess stands, still attired in black, her nightgown, her clothes a stark contrast to your pure white, well, off-white, nightgown. The gravedigger looks at you, seated in bed, with your hair freed from your usual braids, and exhales. Is that relief, you wonder, playing about her face? But why? What's she expecting to see exactly before entering your bedchamber? Probably the face of all of her dying neighbours, family, friends, etc. Um, Thank you for letting me in, she says, toying with her fingers. How do you feel? Not too terrible, you assure her. There's no particular problems with your health, you just feel tired. Are you sure you're not sick? Your face does look a bit pale. That would be nothing out of the norm, you're always pale. Same. True. Now, is there anything I can do for you? Would you like something warm to drink, or a hot brick to place in your bed? It should keep you warm. You appreciate your hostess's thoughtfulness, but you're reassured it won't be necessary. You'll be fine. I hope so. I thought that about my father too before he... She begins, but her voice trails off. She does not finish that thought. She does not need to. You know now what she was thinking of before she entered your bedroom. Cold, clammy skin, a sweating brow, rank, oozing pustules. You think upon these symptoms, which are eerily similar to those recounted during the Great Plague, which once beset your own country, and you shudder. If you don't want anything, then I'll be on my way, she says, but before that... Before that? This was just fancy on my part. I was wondering, do you mind if I brushed your hair for a little while? Your hair? Before my father fell into the large saucepan with vegetables and gravy. Stop eating all the potatoes, is the only words you'd hear if I was ever cooked into a stew. Because I would be eating the potatoes. That's right, it's such a shitty... Such a pretty shade of red. It's such a shitty shade of red. I can read. It's such a shitty shade of red. Fuck you and your red hair. I just thought, well, it's just a fancy, really. You don't have to let me, not if you don't want to, but I thought it might help you relax if you're feeling under the weather. I heard it's supposed to be soothing. Fuck you, shitty red hair. That's what the Gravedigger says, but you have the distinct feeling she's the one looking for solace here. She's not quite so selfless, perhaps, as she would like you to think. But she's been so very good to you and has done so much for you. You don't want to begrudge her this small self-indulgence. She's going to steal your hair. She's going to cut it all off so that you don't get hair in her soup. You rather think she deserves it. You agree, therefore, to her request, and upon doing so, you've made the right choice. And your limbs. Yep, she's going to steal your hair, specifically so it doesn't go in her soup, and then she's going to put you in the soup. You're going to become soup. Her face lights up immediately, in a manner which makes you blush. Oh, thank you, it'd be my honour. Now let me fetch my brush. She retreats from your room in a hurry, but returns soon thereafter, holding in her right hand the promised brush. The artifact acquired, the Gravedigger then settles herself upon your bed by your side. You're going to die. She looks at your hair for a few moments, her expression pensive. Then she announces she'll begin. The Gravedigger leans in. The wooden frame of the bed creaks under her weight, a creak which melds with the sighing of the breeze outdoors. You can feel the bristles of the brush running through your hair. It's soothing enough, so much so it makes you shiver. The sensation is a pleasant one and somewhat nostalgic. Did your mother do this for you? You wonder, when you were a little girl. If she did, it must have been when you were a very little girl. You've not seen your mother in quite some time, not after you enrolled at the conservatoire. Oh, you have such lovely hair, dear one. It's soft, just like silk, not at all like mine. Mine is so coarse. The gentle voice draws you out of your vague, half-formed reminiscences. It sounds as though the Gravedigger's lost in nostalgia of her own, because her voice, when she speaks, is dreamy. I think my mother used to brush my hair like this for me, back when she was still alive. It must have been a long time ago, though. It's funny, you think, as the bristles of the brush continue to slide through your tresses, that you and the Gravedigger should be both reminiscing in tandem about your respective mothers. Perhaps there's something maternal in the act of brushing one's hair, which is wont to summoning forth such images. I would not know personally. No, it's just nice. Brush your hair is nice, that's all. I can't remember my own mother at all. I don't think I liked having my hair brushed very much, the Gravedigger continues, her breath warm against the exposed nape of your neck. Is she gonna bite you? Is she a vampire? I'm not saying I'm against it, but also it makes sense why she never brought up the fact you're bleeding in her stew. And why she's been this long without having to feed if you've been bleeding in her stew. If this is the first day you're not bleeding in her stew, then she's gonna be hungry. Is she a vampire? My mother used to complain that I squirm too much. I can remember that. Also, if she is a vampire, it's cutting it close enough to my cannibalism guess to be right, so She always told me to sit still, though. It wasn't my fault I squirmed. She used too much force. Now this is curious. Sounds like the reminiscence of a gravedigger are not particularly fond after all. Did she not get along with her mother? I can't rightly say, she replies in a sombre sort of voice. I was young, like I said, when she died. I really don't remember her too well. But I don't think she ever had that much time for me. She was too busy with the cooking and the cleaning and looking after my baby brothers. But she had time enough despite that to brush your hair. She did what she felt she had to make me look presentable. Not that it really worked. I wasn't like the other girls in the village, you see. I'm not like other girls who like to sit indoors with their mothers and sew. I always loved the outdoors. My father said I inherited that from him. Ruefully, the gravedigger smiled. Not that you could see it with your back facing her. Then how do you know she smiled? My mother said I wasn't very, well, maidenly. She didn't like that I was traipsed around outside after my father, watching as he dug graves. She said it wasn't appropriate, like I was some sort of princess wearing a fine dress. The gravedigger snorts. I used to get a bit muddy, yes, and maybe I did get burrs in my clothes and knots in my hair, but it shouldn't have mattered. It's not like I ever had any hopes of marrying a prince, no matter what my mother said. But still, she'd hoped. She had a lot of hopes, my mother. High hopes. I think she might have resented my father, maybe, for working such a menial job. Our profession is an honest one, but it's never made much money. I think my mother was hoping for fine jewels and dresses, and oh, I don't know. She always had ideas. Her head was full of fairy tales. It was such a shame, I suppose, that reality didn't match up to what she wanted. I didn't match up to what she wanted. The bitterness in your friend's voice is unmistakable, so much so you want to console her. What would you say to her, though? You never met your companion's mother. You never will, either. Her cold, inert body has been lying in the graveyard, buried beneath a tombstone for over a decade. You have no way of ascertaining whether your companion's mother truly cared for her. Also, you're saying companion and friend and etc., but you still don't know her name. You do have intelligence enough to understand that poorly thought out condolences can cause more harm than good. You would not like it if people tried to reassure you that, of course, your father loved you really. If he loved you, then why did he send you away from home? Why did he never send you any letters? You know he was worried about his finances, but that seems a poor excuse to pretend that his only daughter didn't exist. As for your own mother, meanwhile, she was nice, at least you think she was, but woefully ineffectual. Though she was nominally an adult, always cleaved before your father's judgment. You think she was afraid of him. You don't try and tell the gravedigger, therefore, that her mother loved her, that she must have done, otherwise, else she would have not given birth to her. Instead, you sit there letting the brush run through your hair, and you say quietly that you understand. Sometimes you feel like a disappointment yourself. Well, the gravedigger says after a pause, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I guess it happens to all of us. You guess so. Parents are only people after all. While one would hope one's parents would be kind and attentive, they too can fall victim to caprices of their own. Just because one has brought a child into this world, it doesn't mean one will be able to take care of it properly. Not all parents are responsible, just as not all people are responsible. It's a painful subject. Oh well, it's alright if my mother never liked me, or even if she never loved me. I know my father did, that's all that matters. He was always there for me no matter what. Your companion's voice catches in her throat. She winces. At least until he wasn't. He died, and I didn't do a thing to help him. Your companion's shoulders are beginning to shake. What could you have done, other than turn him into a vampire? You still cannot see her, but you can feel her body convulsing. I just booted my wall under the desk. Ow. You can sense her loneliness rolling off her in waves. It's all-consuming, like the waters of a dark, deep ocean. Grief anew pierces your heart, not on your behalf, but for the sake of your benefactress. She does not deserve to suffer so much. This you have no qualms with telling her. You turn to face her and pluck the brush which has been hovering in the air, inert from her fingers. You let her know that her father's death was not her fault. What could she have done? She could have not have cured his illness. I know, but I can't help but think, what if? I keep wrecking my head over and over, trying to come up with something. But I can't think of anything, and even if I could, it's too late. He's already dead. He's dead and buried. I buried him, and now I'm all alone. She might have been all alone, you tell the gravedigger, But she isn't now. Not anymore. How can she be when you're there? I know that. I know, and I'm grateful. I don't know if I deserve it. Why would she not deserve your company? You don't understand. Because I couldn't do nothing for nobody. My father always looked out for me when I was a little girl, but when he needed me the most, I failed him. There is nothing you could have done. I failed everyone. No, you didn't. All the villagers, all my friends, all died. But what would I do if the same thing happened to you? I don't think I could bear it. Are you cursed? I don't want you getting sick too, not when I care about you so much. I thought I'd gotten used to this being on my own, but now that you're here, it's making me worry all over again. I've been worrying so much I can't sleep from it. I'm scared. Your companion's voice catches in her throat. Then she collapses in on herself, leans forward, her arms wound about her middle as if to steady herself, and she cries. Cries and she cries and she cries. For a few moments you look at her unsure of what to do. Her pale face, streaked with silvery tears, seems to flicker in the candlelight. Her shoulders, which seem too slender to bear the accumulative weight of all the sorrows she's endured, are shaking. Your fatigue continues to cling to you, as insistent as the fog which rolls along the tombstones in the graveyard at night. You're not so very tired, however. You cannot offer your hostess some comfort. You do not know what you can say to console her. You feel too weary to think of pretty sophisms. Learning new words today, guys. But there is something you can think of. You would not typically be so bold, of course, but you're tired enough for once to throw caution to the wind, and that the tears of the gravedigger are awfully arresting. You open your eyes, and before the gravedigger can pass comment, you pull her to your chest. It's just a hug, how is that bold? You've been living with this woman. Also, reading so much out loud dries your mouth out like nobody's business. A soft exclamation escapes the lips of the gravedigger, quieter than the sound of wintry snow as it brushes the ground. Then there is nothing. The gravedigger is stiff in your arms for a few moments, like the corpses she and her father used to seal away inside of their wooden coffins. She's all wide eyes and awkward pointed elbows, tears still coursing down her pale cheeks. You worry briefly as you hold her that you have perhaps made a mistake. Were your attempts at consoling her too clumsy? You would not know. You've never been in a situation like this before. You've never consoled any friends before, because you've never had friends to console. Now try voice acting and giving them all different voices. I do that anyway. I do that usually, but there's only one other character here. There's literally one character here. Are you new to the usual Wednesday streams? It's Monday today. I forget that we're moving the day. Still, the 3 spoofy games thing. Are you new to them? Because I always do the voice acting. It's like a narrative, this one. Yeah, exactly. I always do voice acting for them, except for this one that is literally one other person. It is not so now, however. You are as far away from your old life as it's possible to be, and the gravedigger does not curse you for your impudence. Neither does she try to squirm away from you. Instead, she sits there, still as a statue, cradled in your arms. Oh, I'm very sorry to show you something. So embarrassing. I just get so lonely sometimes. Until at long last, with a breathy sob, she lets the full weight of her body fall against yours. You run your hands against your sobbing companion's shoulder blades and back, and gently soothe her. You do need to change your streaming days in your bio when you get the chance. I do need to do that, thank you for reminding me. Newish, I pop in, but I've usually have rehearsals. Now they're on Monday, I can see them. Fair enough. Yeah, the Thursday stream will be, as I said in the Discord, the Thursday stream will be staying the same, so that'll still be Phasmophobia on a Thursday. But the Wednesday stream, my D&D day has changed now. I'm playing D&D on a Wednesday, so now Mondays are free, because I used to do D&D Mondays. Now Mondays are free, I've moved the streaming day to Monday. So, it also puts a little bit of space between the streams, so it's not like a, too cramped in the middle of the week sort of thing. It's like a little bit spaced out. I think that's better as well. So, yeah. Then there's also, again, people that were busy, like, those 2 days cramped together are now can see the other one instead. You tell her she does not need to apologise. There's no shame in crying. You hug her for many, many minutes while she sobs against your chest, wetting the front of your nightgown. No further words pass between you that night. They don't need to. Words are irrelevant in a moment as tender as this shared, between two souls that have come to understand one another through mutual loneliness. You slide beneath your sheets. You still feel exhausted, and the gravedigger joins you without asking for permission. Cuddles! Right, I'm off. Have a good stream. Alright, I'll see you later, Cam. It will be an unnecessary piece of politeness, really, given your acceptance is all but assured. You have already accepted the gravedigger, after all, every single inch of her. I'm listening. Wait, before we accept every inch of her, can we discuss if she is a vampire or a cannibal? Because those are two very, like, one I'm okay with, one I'm not. So, can we discuss which one she is first? You've accepted her food, now you're accepting her company. You arrange yourself beneath the sheets and then draw her body to yours. The gravedigger has not yet changed into her nightwear. Her clothes will be horribly rumpled when she wakes the following morning, her head resting against your chest. But tomorrow has ceased to matter. It no longer exists. There's no concept of time between the two of you, no thought of the day which will dawn once this night inevitably ends. That's no moon. I mean, it is a moon, it's just a circle. It's like, I think that's supposed to be like the shadow, but it's a really simplistic pixelated art style, so... Also, hello Renteric. Hello Rack. I'm glad you could make it. Wait, are you in D&D and messaging in the chat? Because, I mean, I love that if you are. I appreciate you. Instead, there is only the warmth shared between you and the wetness on the cheeks of the gravedigger. There is the sound, irregular now and less intense than before, of your companions, muted, muffled, and sobs. There's a gentle, tender moment snatched in the midst of a deep, dark night which can never be replaced. Your eyelids feel heavy as though weighted down with stones. They droop downwards, pulling you like a drowning maiden into the dark, impenetrable abyss of slumber. You yawn. Then you fall asleep, cozied up beside the gravedigger, like two cats in a basket. You sleep and you sleep and you sleep, more deeply than you've allowed yourself to in quite some time. There it is. There it is. Called it. When you awake, you find you're no longer in the bed upon which you slept, surrounded by sheets. The gravedigger, too, is nowhere to be seen. Instead, you're alone, lying by yourself in the dark. You blink, but your surroundings don't become any clearer. Is it the middle of the night? Perhaps you're roused from your slumber by the desire to relieve yourself, or else to slake your thirst. Your sleep has become awfully disordered as of late, and the smallest of noises has been enough to disturb you. That does not sound quite right, though. You slept well. Of that you are certain. You were drugged, and now you're buried alive. Your body feels invigorated, though it's slumbered for hours and hours. How many hours? You don't know. You don't know much of anything. You feel a strange pinching sensation against your chest, however, and around your arms. It appears there's somebody, but who else could it have been, save the gravedigger, changed your attire while you were sleeping. It's a startling thought. The darkness which entombs you is even more so. The darkness which surrounds you is uncertainly complete. It's so thick you can't penetrate it. The newfound woes do not stop, however, at this deep, unnatural darkness. It's cold, too. You're lying upon something hard. Is this a stone slab? What's going on? You reach out, but your movements are stymied? There's something heavy lying atop you. Something that is limiting your movements. You're in a coffin. You were anxious before. Upon awaking, at this discovery, you feel downright aggrieved. A sharp prong of pain pierces you, but you only try to suppress it. Hysterics will get you nowhere. In most cases, they only tend to make bad situations worse. You ought to know that already. You swallow your mounting dread as best you can, though it's coming on thick and fast, and try to squirm. You move your arms outwards, they don't get very far. There's a wall above you, and walls on either side of you. Walls which don't budge no matter how hard you push. Not that I must add, you can push particularly hard, your anxious state notwithstanding. You've never had much in the way of body strength, nor low body strength. You don't have much muscle in the way of strength at all. You feel quite helpless as you lie there, out of breath from your meagre exertions, unsure of what you should do. You can hardly see a foot in front of your face. You don't know where you are, nor why, but terrible premonition is beginning to bear down upon you, one which initially you tried to discard. I will point out, I knew it was going to be a horror game. I've been waiting this entire time for when it's going to get dark. I thought it was going to be cannibalism or a vampire. Didn't know it was going to be buried alive. So that's a fun turn of events. You did name her Gravedigger. Maybe if you'd learnt her name, she wouldn't have buried you alive. Apples has subscribed. Hell yeah. Oh, they've subscribed for 2 months. Hell yeah, and on a 2-month streak. Hello, Apples, and thank you very much for the support. You can see my little tracker for subscribers is new on the screen. And as well as the little animations and everything. I spent a little bit of time before the stream doing it as a idea and request from my lovely moderator, who has now disappeared for the night. But hello and welcome. This person has just been buried alive, so that's where we are so far. It's going great. Also, obviously right at the start there was the decision of where to go, and I chose the village. I'm not gonna go back and do every single route, so feel free to go and do that yourself. Again, all of the games that I stream are on itch.io, other than Phasmophobia, obviously, but all of the indie games and things I get are on itch.io. It's really good. Choose your own price for most of them. This one is another choose your own price, and it's called It Gets So Lonely Here. And if people want it, I do post the names of all of the games in the description of the YouTube video when the VOD gets uploaded, as well as in the Discord later. There we go. That's that bit done. And Jairus is here and redeemed Stretch. So, Stretch. Oh, my back popped again. Oh, spine. Spine noises. There we go. You did not want to accept it as a possibility, but where else could the truth lie? You're lying in a box, hemmed in by walls, which offer only a scant few inches for you to stretch in any direction. Money well spent. It's not money, it's channel points. What do you mean, money? Channel points aren't money. Channel points you get just by watching me. And if you were talking about the titties, there you go. Where else could you be but a coffin? The moment you allow yourself to ponder this awful reality is the moment you hear it, the irregular sound of drumming. It is though somebody, although they must be a very large somebody, is tapping their fingers on the lid of your coffin. That or it's raining. It's not the fingers of a giantess though which is disturbing you, nor is it falling rain. It's dirt. Subscribed with Prime. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We got another, and a hype train has begun apparently. Okay, thank you. Your subscriptions, all of you together have started a hype train apparently. It's a sub gift or cheer to level up the hype train, I think. That's a fun thing that we don't get often. There's 4 minutes on the hype train. The only real it's like taking up most of my screen. It is dirt. The sound continues on and on, though it's drilling its way inside your skull. You're being buried alive. It is relentless. It is merciless. Like the ticking of a great celestial clock, it cannot be stopped. Your time is almost running out. But you knew that already, didn't you? When you were running through the forest. You ought to have known, silly thing, you could not outpace your destiny forever. Sooner or later it'd catch up with you. You were stubborn, though, and did not want to accept this. Not content to simply lie there, you cry out. Not for your parents, whom you hardly knew. Not for your school friends, you never had any. Instead you cry out for your new companion, the girl with whom you've been living, and whom you shared once precious cherished moment. But again, what is her name? You cry out for the gravedigger. That's not a name. Surely this is some manner of mistake. Once she realises you're in fact entombed in one of the coffins she's currently filling, for who else could be moving the dirt above you, she'll cease her operations at once. She'll pull you out of the darkness back into the world of the living, and she'll hold you close. She'll embrace you. She cannot mean to cause you any harm, not when she was so good to you and so kind. She was the plague. There was no plague. She buried her entire village, one by one. Why would she bury you? You cried to her so loudly you fear your vocal cords might tear, all while banging against the roof of your compact prison. You cried desperately and helplessly, and to your relief your cries do not fall upon deaf ears. The sound of the falling soil stops, albeit briefly. Then you hear a voice. The voice is very faint, given it's been filtered through your coffin's sturdy lid, but you recognise it. So you're awake, then, are you, dear one? She sighs. Then she says in a perplexed sort of voice, Now that is a pickle. I was hoping you'd be asleep a couple hours more, so the last time we spoke could have been on better terms. If you keep screaming like that, I'm going to feel bad. Your companion's words, though distant, are unmistakable. You're so tense, you're attuned to every single syllable, and each of them makes you gasp. Was this not a mistake then? Does she truly mean to bury you alive? You posit this question to the gravedigger as best you can, trying to keep the tremors of your voice as you do. Perhaps you think in your optimism that if you don't let her know how afraid you are, she'll reward you for your bravery and let you go. If this is what you're hoping, though, it's in vain. Who'd have thunk it? That's right, you really do catch on quick. So it would appear she really has committed to the task of burying you. What an unfortunate turn of events. Also, I'm noticing this is the second game now where we've been buried alive, because there was, Sweetheart Stop Burying Me Alive, or whatever it was called, and now there's this one. This is the second time we've been buried alive on stream. Delightful. Hype train! Oh my god, we got more! Ah! Gil has subscribed. Yay! How to react to that. There is 1.5 minutes left on the hype train to level it up. Also, I should note that if you do level it up, in the next 1.5 minutes, you get new emotes and shit unlocked. So that's fun, I guess. You get a bunch of new emotes unlocked. We need 100 bits or one more sub to level up again, apparently. You get a bunch of new emotes depending on what level the hype train's at. Top cheerer gets a train badge as well. At the minute, the top conductor is Jareth. You have under a minute to get it to level 1 if you want new emotes. What an unfortunate turn of events. Why though? Why would she do such a thing? You thought she was your friend. We're friends! We are friends, the gravedigger says, her voice still worryingly offhand, worryingly empty. I'm very fond of you. There's no one dearer to me than you. I've had a really good time with you these last... how long has it been again? I don't remember. Neither do you. Well, if this little detail set both your minds, it can't all be that important. You have other things to worry about. If you really are friends, you said to the gravedigger, then what does she hope to gain by burying you? You don't understand, but you understand her reply even less. Well, here's the thing, the gravedigger says in a reasonable sort of voice, as though burying someone alive could ever be thought of as reasonable action. I've been digging graves for a long time, you see. You cannot see. It is dark, but you're firm that you do all the same. Well, I was digging all these graves, but I've not had anyone's put in them, not for ages, and it was rather sad. You think you know where this train of logic, twisted though it is, might be going, so you don't interrupt her. You know no good had come of it. All you can do for the present is lie there and listen. I was thinking I'd never find another person to bury in this godforsaken village, not after the plague messed everything up. I was getting desperate. Until you came along, that is. Now that I have somebody I can bury, I'm not going to let the opportunity pass me by. I'm sorry, but this is just part of my job. It's what my father taught me to do. It's all I know how to do. I buried my mother, I buried my father, I buried all of my friends. Now I'm going to bury you too. It is sound logic in a sense. There's the daughter of a gravedigger. Digging graves is her job, but something about it rankles you. Just point out the fact you're not dead. You're supposed to wait till people die before you bury them. It's part of in the job description is bury corpses, not bury people. If only you could put your finger on it. Ah yes. There's a bit of a flaw with her reasoning, is there not? You're not dead. You might not be dead now, the gravedigger says in response to ingenuity, but you will be, if given enough time. It's not you burying a corpse, it's you burying a person making a corpse. I mean, everybody else I've ever known has died, who's to say you won't be next? It seems rather more likely that you will die, and quickly, if she persists with her poorly thought-out plan to bury you. Your coffin's not very large, it affords you precious little space. Eventually, if trapped within it for long enough, you'll run out of oxygen, then you'll suffocate. That it'll starve to death. Probably more likely to dehydrate than starving, but continue. Either way, your demise will be slow, painful one. You're unsure which death would be worse, though given how precarious this situation is, you don't wish to expend the unnecessary energy it needs to ponder it. You need to plead with the gravedigger and quickly while she's still here. You tell her tearfully you'll not leave her, why would you? You try to sound as convincing as your disordered nerves will allow, but the gravedigger remains unmoved. You say that, she says, but how can I know you're telling the truth? I thought you said you were a traveller, that I never stay put in one place for long. You'd get sick of me before long, and then you'd leave me. This way at least I can be assured we'll always stay together. If I bury you like I did the others, we'll never be far apart. I even took care to put you in a nice spot, close to my home, so you're only a stone's throw away, really. Isn't that nice? Privately, you think the gravedigger has a different conception of the word nice, do you? You do not say this, however. You You cannot say much of anything because the panic has begun to set in. It is choking you, stopping up your throat so you can only cry. You scream. You beg and you plead, but it does little good. The Gravedigger has already buried her mother. She's already buried her little brothers. She's even buried her father, who she loved above all else. She thinks, by burying you, that she is doing unto you an act of great kindness. You think she's going to kill you. In a sense, you're both right. Your opinions are so diametrically opposed on this matter, however, you'll never be able to find any common ground. Not as well save you screaming. She won't listen to you. She's beyond listening. Shush, shush, dear one, says the Gravedigger very gently, just as gently as she spoke last night when she confided in you all of her fears. It won't be so bad, really. Nothing will be able to hurt you down there. It'll be just like going to sleep for a really, really long time. You can rest, and while you rest, I'll tend to you. I'll plant flowers on your grave. You'd like that, wouldn't you? This way we can always be together. And I'll never be lonely again. You will be lonely because I can't respond to you if I'm dead, you dumb bitch. While the Gravedigger speaks, she begins to pile even more soil onto the roof of your coffin. The sound of dirt on top of you, on your arms, on your legs, on your head, conceals your companion's final words. You cannot hear her. You cannot hear anything beyond the sounds of the dirt, the scraping of the shovel, and your own desperate, frantic screams. You scream and you scream and you scream without cease until your throat feels hoarse and your efforts are in vain. You hammer on the lid of the coffin with as much strength as you can muster, but the lid of the coffin is nailed shut. You're in no position to remove it. All you can do is lie there, crying and banging on your fists on the roof of the coffin over and over, as much dirt and debris falls on top of you. Eventually, enough dirt falls on you to stifle your screams for good. The Gravedigger can no longer hear you, and you can no longer hear her. You're all alone, trapped in a narrow wooden box which, regardless of what you want, is now your new home. You can smell the soil in the back of your nostrils when you inhale. It's so potent you can taste it on your tongue. You can taste the eventual, inevitable decay of your own body. You'll remain trapped here underground forever and ever. Or, to use less melodramatic terms, until the last of your energy escapes you and you succumb to your own slow suffocation. It isn't a very pleasant way to go, but you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? Well, I'm gonna fight against it, the fuck? I'm not gonna just die. Are you not happy with the hand that fate has dealt you? No! I'm not happy with being buried alive. What? What kind of question is that? Very well, I cannot blame you. It's a grim ending. I would not wish that upon my worst enemy. And you are rather dearer to me than that. No, why don't we give this another go? Just try not to be buried alive this time. I can only endure so much of your screaming. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Okay, I think... okay. Gil, one of the beasts has a cone of shame on at the moment, so she cannot come in. So don't worry, I shall refund the thingamajig. Give me a moment when I can figure out how to do that. Whee! Give me this. Nope. Give me this. Give me another. Where's the thing? Give me a moment. There we go. Okay, complete, reject. There we go. Boom. There we go. Right, yeah, my apologies. Yeah, she's not allowed to come out at the moment. She is very much in the cone of shame. What a peak. What a week. Phew, Wednesday already? No, not Wednesday already. As it is posted on my Discord, my first streaming day is now going to be a Monday from here on out. Not, in fact, a Wednesday. Thursday stream is not affected. Wednesday is. I'm yawning for some reason. I'm drinking so much caffeine, I shouldn't be yawning, but here we are. Okay. We're gonna get... You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna get more involvement with you guys. Let's do this. Let's do this. Where do we go? I'm only going to do one more of these endings, so I'm going to do a poll for you guys to decide which one we do. The shore or the castle? That came out very posh, castle. There we go. We should have set that for longer than that amount of time, but okay. There we go. Drop your votes. Drop your votes to where we're going. Drop your votes to where we're going. In fact, let's back. Vote breakdown. We had no votes. Let's do that for longer. What we'll do is we will set this up and then call the bio break. We go either shore or castle. We want it for like, I'll set it for like 10 minutes, but I can cancel it early, so that's fine. There we go. Boom. Right, I'm gonna call a bio break, and you guys can have a look at the poll and decide where we're gonna go. So I will see you all very soon. Hello, 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 hello. Right, let's have a look. I hope you all have your poll votes in, because we're going to end it in 5, 4, 3, 2, there we go, boom. Let's view. We got 100% for the castle. Okay. We're going to the castle then, I guess. 100% for the castle. Okay. So you want to go to the castle? Good idea. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once the heroines are finally able to wed the handsome princes the one dreamed of. As if we got 100% for the castle, it's really funny. Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may very well be deserted, or the village, which may be full of dirty, barefoot peasants? We've tried the village and we got buried alive, so let's not. It's far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. It's very astute of you. I didn't realise you had it in you to be so mercenary. I can only wonder what you'd uncover during your moonlight meanderings. I want to point out, there is only one good ending, so if you guys have fucked me and murdered me again, it's on you, because I didn't pick, you did, so it's on you. Also, Gil, fuck you. We're going to the castle. Yes, we are. We're going to the castle. It's the voice acting coming out. You wanted it. I can only wonder what you'll uncover during your moonlight meanderings. The night is far from over and your adventures are only just beginning. I hope only that you've brushed up on your curtsies. They may come in handy when one is interacting with a sovereign. Royals can be temperamental after all, and if you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. And be buried alive? No, I've already been through that. You follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself on weary, aching legs which feel ready at a moment's notice to detach from your hips. I know that one. You are little more than a wisp of a girl, but you've been running for so very long. Your feet are so very numb. You feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down and quickly. Your only hope as you continue to run is that you'll find a spare room available in the castle. You do not know what exactly will await you at the castle, but you have visions as you run of a vast, opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms in which you might rest your weary head. Must also be a king and queen inside this castle, who will be kind and wise. And what of the children? What of a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you and your plight. You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease, thanks to fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. The princess will be fair of hair and blue of eye, with soft pink lips pursed like rosebuds. Well, you're describing the woman who just buried you alive, so chill. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labour. Never mind. Her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. Still, never mind. She'll be kind to you and compassionate, just like an older sister. She was, until she wasn't. You don't know what older sisters are like, though, or younger sisters for that matter. You're only guessing. You're not a complete fool, however. Despite your tendency to daydream, you have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the peasantry. Was there not a famous queen who once said with a cavalier wave of her hand that the hungry peasants in her kingdom should content themselves with cake if bread was not an option? Let them eat cake. You think that might be a misquote, but the point still stands. Let them eat cake. Bonus points if you know who said it. The royals are supposed to grant their subjects succour in their time of need. This does not always happen. The amount of words where I'm like, I've never had to say that out loud. Like, I don't read to people, I read to myself. I read in my head. I don't read out loud often. So the amount of words in here that I just have never had to say out loud, and I realise I don't actually know how to say them. In fact, it rarely happens. Kings and queens, princesses and princes are just people, at the end of the day, are subject to the same caprices that all humans are. They can also be careless and selfish and inconsiderate. There's no guarantee this mythical princess of your imagination will help you. Why, there's no guarantee this mythical princess exists at all. Still, you must try, in this hope which keeps you going. You continue to run to the castle, and it takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I can't answer that. Did I not say time had begun to lose all its meaning? You've said that before. The forest is behind you, and at least all the nightmares that dwelt within it. It's cold and foggy and very, very dark. The sun is yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, as it hangs above your head, round as... Yeah, you've said that already. You said... the moonlight shines upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. The stone edifice of the building is imposing. It drowns you in shadows darker than the depth of the deepest ocean. The castle is not all dark, though. Not all dark, though. Not like the night sky above it. I can't speak. Blah! Let's put my tongue back in. When you crane your head, you can see there are lights flickering within, in the narrow, slitted windows. It would appear someone is home. The king and queen, perhaps? What of their servants? What, perhaps more pressingly, of their guards? You half expect as you stand there, the armoured knights... Oh god, I pressed a button. Back. There we go. Like an old person yelling at a random Alexa, no! Undo! No! Couldn't see the little cross here because I've got the chat at this side of the window. You half expect as you stand there that armoured knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of King and Queen so-and-so. Do you not know your place, foolish peasant girl with the dirty skirt? Begone with you! You are not, of course, a peasant. Your family is a wealthy one, or rather they were before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. You do not look like a young lady right now, though, with your dirty face and dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. Though, as you stand there, dithering, your filthy fingers hooked in the front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights might be on inside the castle, but nobody's outside of its perimeter, standing sentry. There is nobody to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates which are set into the vast stone walls about the castle's exterior are open just a crack. It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There's nobody to stop you. Why are you trembling now, you silly thing? You've come so very far, and it would be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on, go! You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has at long last begun to fail you. And then you step forwards. You slide between the raw iron gates as stealthy and secretive as a thief, and then you cross the path which leads up to the tall, imposing structure. The domed doorway, which leads into the castle itself, hewn from stone, is closed, but at a push of your palm it swings inwards. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, the sound loud enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. If there are any guards posted about the castle's grounds, they should have all been alerted by that sound. Will they come for you at long last? What will happen should they catch you? Will they throw you in the dungeons? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend a night. It's better than a grave. At least you'd have a roof over your head, though, and you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an interminable amount of time, your heart pounding a panicked, irregular rhythm at the base of your throat. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You're thankful for your good luck, though it does make you wonder. Where is everybody? The gravedigger buried them all alive. It's almost as if all the people in the world have disappeared. Could you be the very last human left alive? You frown, then press your palms back against the door. So, if you're concerned about being the last human left alive, but you were being chased at the start, who was chasing you? Because if they're not human, they're not a vampire because they're real quick and you've been caught. Are you going to elaborate? Or are you just going to allude to chased and not tell us? You push less cautiously this time, heedless of the loud sound which splits the silence. There's no point in worrying about the guards, not when they might be very well non-existent. Your entry to the castle secured, you take a step forwards. The door swings shut behind you and the resultant slam makes you jump. You didn't expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs. With wild eyes you glance about. You're standing in a vast entrance hall made of stone which splits it off into any number of passages, and once again we have a heartbeat in our ears. Fun. At the very end of the hall, meanwhile, there's a large, elaborate staircase, one which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It's dark inside, but there are numerous torches set in sconces on the stone wall, which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you can't hear any footsteps. You can't hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle is empty. If that's the case, though, who lit the torches? It's a curious conundrum. You muster up what remains of your courage, then cry out, addressing the empty hall in a timorous voice which fails to properly fill up the space. "Hello?" you say, your eyes wide. "Is anyone there?" Your voice echoes through the vast empty hall, but is met yet again with silence. You cannot say you're too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. Not one to be deterred, you try again, your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anybody's here, they don't seem to be particularly sociable. That, or they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Yes, that must be it. You'll never find that pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination if you stand idle, you know. It's time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. I shouldn't have a spinny chair because all I'm doing is just sitting here spinning it back and forth. Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms first on the ground floor of the castle, which has similar scale to the impressive entrance hall, large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save the ghosts of eons past memorialised on portraits upon the walls, you muster the courage to ascend to the second floor. This floor, too, you examine, wandering through a seemingly endless series of hallways, until at long last you find a door which is ajar. From between the crack in the door and the jamb, you can see the flickering light. Irregular, yes, but is light nonetheless. Could it be a fireplace? That would suggest then that this room is occupied, unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be waiting you in this room. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door, and you push it. Then you step inside the bedchamber which unveils itself to you. Shyly you stand in the threshold of the chamber, much to your courage extinguished, and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It's a chamber so luxuriant, not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. It's the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, that truly takes your breath away. Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four-poster is a girl in sumptuous red gown that seems to be like age to you. You don't have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is bowed, and her gaze directed downwards at her lap. The exact opposite of what I said. You can tell from her hair, however, and from her slender calves, which protrude from beneath the hem of her dress, that she's very pretty. The girl's hair is golden, just like freshly cut wheat, but it is the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. She's so striking you cannot look away from her. The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though his companion is not half as so endearing as she. In her lap, perched upon a velvet skirt, is a doll. Weird. I'm not scared of dolls, they're just always, like, mildly creepy. It's like, my stepdad's mother, she has, in her living room, there are shelves and shelves and shelves everywhere, and it's, like, almost floor to ceiling with reborn dolls. If you don't know what they are, you're in luck. Lucky bastard. I wish I didn't know what they are, because they are hyper-realistic babies. Dolls. They're gross as fuck. They're weird as fuck. She has one that's like a monkey, and then most of the rest of them are all just human babies, but they're all dolls, and it's just really weird to walk in and there's just thousands of faces staring at you. Not scared of them, but they're creepy. I'm not like, I'll refuse to go in the room because they're terrifying, but I will sit there like, it's a little uncomfy. The doll's hair, like that of her mistress's, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath a bonnet. The girl is adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the rim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. If the girl is of similar age to you, it seems strange that she would content herself playing with dolls. Is she not too old for it? The girl will be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with a wealthy nobleman, perhaps even princes. You should not be sitting in what you presume is a bedchamber, adjusting teacup in a doll's hand. But you are not afforded much time to stand there marvelling at the girl, because she turns. She raises her head. Then her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl pretty at first, when you first observed her, sitting on the edge of her plush velveteen bed, examining a doll. Now she's looking at you, however. Her face is illuminated by the flames in the grate. You can see you are mistaken. She's not just pretty, she's beautiful. So much so it's breathtaking. She looks though she stepped out of the pages of a picture book. You already used that line. You've already used that line. You need to come up with better descriptions. I'm realising my camera's not central. That's I don't know how long that's been annoying you all, but you're welcome, I fixed it. I'm good at this, guys, I'm a professional. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. You've said this already. But nope, she's none of those things. Yep. We know she's holding a thing that's real, like the shovel. If you're a mirage, she'd not be able to handle a physical object, yep. It is strange, though. The doll, immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl holding it. She's so startlingly beautiful, she puts man-made representations of feminine charm to shame. Are you sure? Because this picture doesn't look that good. It looks like a child. It looks like a child playing dress-up. So I don't know what you're on about. The sight of her makes you feel weak. You've had a fondness for fair maidens, have you? You're rather hopeless when it comes to them, even worse than a knight errant from a courtly legend. Ah, so you're a useless gay. Understood. I seem to be playing a lot of those in games recently. Outing myself. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but there's nothing more... Right, if people tell you to like girly things, tell them you like girls. There's nothing girlier than a girl, so... I like girly things. Women. Like manly things too. Men. Like androgynous things too. NBs. Because we're pansexual. It's not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty as this, attired in red, illuminated by the firelight. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, as too can the girl. She does not seem the type to hold a grudge. Oh, the girl says in a voice that's surprisingly enough far less refined than her appearance. It's good to see you. I've been waiting. Has she? That is news to you. You blink, perplexed, a response on the tip of your tongue, but you're unable to expel it to the ether. The girl is setting her doll aside and stands, the hem of her dress swishing about her legs. Nimbly like a ballerina, she canvasses the space between you. Her room is so very large that there's quite a lot of space, and then takes your hands in her own. You must, the girl says, her eyes aglow with excitement, be my new lady's maid. It's been a while, but it's such a relief that you finally arrived. I knew that you would. You'd never leave me alone. Not when you knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I'm so happy. The girl's good mood is contagious, so much you find yourself being swept away in it. You're tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. You've never been a maid before, but you might not mind being this girl's maid. She doesn't seem like a poor mistress to serve, not if she's always this kind. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You're not good enough actress, or in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why, you barely know this girl. Why is she being so familiar? It is with blank, bovine eyes that you imagine the girl. Imagine? Inspect? Oh well. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Then she says, her fingers sliding away from your own, or am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid after all? The disappointment in her face is abundant, so much so your heart clenches. You do not know her. She's still a stranger, but you're struck all of a sudden with the intense desire to appease her. You don't want to let her down. The thought is devastating. You are not aware, you tell her, that you had applied to be a maid, but if that's what she wills, you wouldn't be opposed to it. You pray that she forgives you, though, for your discombobulation, as you come from a distant country and have travelled for many miles. You know not where you are, and do not know who she is. What? You don't know who I am? It is regrettable, you tell her, but no, you don't know her, though that is no fault of her own. Why, you have spent such a long time running, you hardly know yourself. Ah, so you're a fugitive, then? From another country? I see. I won't pry into your past, then, if you'd rather forget about it. Fugitive? I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everybody in this country knows who I am, after all. Or at least they should. This is quite the impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, you'd find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling instead she's merely telling the truth. If you don't have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honours. My father and mother were the king and queen of this realm, and I am its princess. I've lived in this castle all my life, so I don't know much about the outside world, but I know that other countries do exist out there. I presume it is from one of these foreign countries you come from? It's very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity. The girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. You tell her unthinkingly that it is your pleasure, really, to meet her, or at least you mean to. You only get halfway through this remark when the full gravity of what this girl has told you sinks in. You come to a stop. Then you stare. Did she just say she's a princess? Yes, that's right, I'm a princess, and one day I'll be queen, after I've done a little bit of growing up. My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I've been doing my best at lessons. One day I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was. So she really is a princess. That makes sense, you suppose, given she lives in a castle, but it comes as a surprise regardless. What is that noise? We did it, thanks for all the support. 10 out of 10. Oh, we hit the goal. Hell yeah, we hit the subscriber goal. That seems a little delayed, but we hit the subscriber goal. Okay. Wasn't the last subscriber like a good hour ago? That is so delayed. Either way, we hit the subscriber goal. Yay! Thank you guys. I appreciate it a lot. You hadn't known before you entered this chamber that you're trespassing on the lady of such great renown. Why, if she willed it, she could have it executed for your carelessness. An ugly red flush creeps on your face, a flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress, as you look to your feet. Bashfully you stammer out a new address that you're very sorry for intruding upon her, and you hope she can forgive you. Oh, it's alright, think nothing of it. I don't mind, really. We all make mistakes. And anyway, you went to know. You said you weren't from here? You nod your head in silent affirmation. It isn't a complete lie. You really are not from this country. You're not from this world at all. From this world? Is this like an isekai stuff? I don't know what's going on. I'm so confused. I think... Do I, like... I don't know. I might just check on the... bit rude of my name not to pop up. I don't know what to tell you. It was only new subscribers, I think, that pop up. I have no idea. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's not my fault, but I'm sorry. I'm gonna read what the actual thing on this says, because it is a little bit confusing. This one. I'm not too sure what's going on. Okay, there's trigger warnings here. Oh god, there's a lot of trigger warnings. Drowning, being buried alive, cannibalism, bullying, veiled mentions of homophobia, which might upset people. Okay, there you go, there's your trigger warnings. I should have read that beforehand. You will never be able to escape from me. It doesn't say what's chasing us, it just says from me. Also, I wanna... Okay, I need to show this part. Give me a minute. This is absurd. Wait there. So, external from the, what's the word I'm looking for? Wait there. There. External from the trigger warnings is a features page. Oops. There's a features page on the download. I'm going to move it up. Yep. There we go. Now the place that I want to specifically draw attention to in the features page is this. Why is it the only one with a heart? 3 exciting ways to die, 3 pretty girls who'll love you to death. But also... Why? Why does cannibalism have a heart on it? Why is this a thing that we're seeing? I'm very concerned. Okay. Let's not read into it. Because that's what gets eaten first. The heart, okay, I would have thought it would have been like the limbs and the muscles and stuff first, but okay. Everybody loves the nommy noms apparently. It would seem so. Also, hello Dark. How wonderful, I'll look forward to picking your brain later. Can we not? Can we leave my brain inside of its skull? I would appreciate it. I kinda need that. All of my servants come from the nearby village. Their tales are all the same, and so are their superstitions. Is it perhaps the village with the gravedigger? Is it the village with the woman burying people alive? Is it the plague-ridden village? because I have some concerns, and if it is that village, I have some reports maybe to give to somebody. I have some concerns. I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last lady's maid told me I was too impetuous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of adventure. Not that I've ever been afforded much of that. I've been shut up in here for so long, I hardly get the chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, so was the one before her, and the one before her. Some of the princess's fair moods seem to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning by degrees into something rather more pensive. Okay, next question. What happened to your other maids? Because I'm seeing a theme. Oh no, everyone around me has mysteriously died. I'm seeing a theme. And I don't know if I'm okay with it. I'd rather not die. Still don't know what I was running from. Other than me. The game description says you'll never escape me. The developer? Is the developer now hunting us? Don't know. I haven't seen any of my old lady's maids in a while, or any of my other servants for that matter. Was it the plague by chance, or again the woman burying people alive? They've all disappeared. Now that's quite curious. How could a whole house full of servants disappear? That I don't know. This castle was full of servants once. My lady's maids, my undermaids, my scullery maids, my housekeeper, my cooks, my large retinue of retainers. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of people. They're all gone now, though. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me. Also, if you have ministers, where are they? You said you were doing lessons and stuff, so I'm guessing they're here teaching you. Where are they? Could you not ask them? Or are they also dead or disappeared? Then again, they never explain anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. I'm so tiring. She said that her minister sent her servants away. What of her parents, the king and queen? Would they not be the ultimate authorities in the castle's hierarchy? They would, yeah, if they were still alive, but they're not. They died a long time ago. I was raised most of my life by servants. Oh, you answer, and then you flush. You hadn't known. It's alright, you don't need to apologise. I'm just happy that I have you now. I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partners. You can imagine so, yes. You doubt that any doll, even one made by a talented artisan with an intelligent face indistinguishable from a human's, would be very good at answering back. Oh no, they aren't. They're hopeless at it, really. They're so stony-lipped. Like talking to a brick wall. Or a plastic doll. You have no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. The castle is so big, and without my servants, it feels so empty. It gets so lonely here. That's the sentence we've heard before. Now that's an interesting turn of phrase. Catches inside your head like a burr. That's because we've heard it before. Have you heard it before? Yes, we've heard it before. You don't have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew, in the curiously conversational manner of hers, which does not seem particularly princessy. I also want to point out that when it said 3 endings and 3 ways to die, it had a question mark on the game page, so whether there's an extra one if you complete all 3, I don't know. You'll have to go figure that out yourselves. Have fun, guys. After the stream, obviously. Give me a few time first. Maybe she learned how to speak from her servants. That'd explain why her consonants are so unrefined. Oh, but listen to me hammering on again. It's a bad habit. I really must put a stop to it. You're probably tired, dear one, from your travels. Dear one? Again? My name is Dear One again. I don't like the things that are occurring. Would you like me to show you to your room? Yes, the princess announces before you can say anything in reply. I think I'll do just that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It's like a maze in here, and I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time, after all. Will I? Princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. She does not show you all of the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for. She does, however, pause by the kitchens, where she offers you some victuals. Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess resumes her journey. She leads you down a dark, twisting hallway and up a series of equally dark, twisting steps until she arrives, at long last, before a door. The princess pushes the door aside summarily, thus permitting you entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. This chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, with its resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. This room's ceiling is not as high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. It's a malodorous scent too, which hangs in the air, one of disuse and general decay. You get the feeling nobody slept in this room for quite some time. Might explain why it feels cold in here. Though if the princess's tour of her castle taught you anything, it's cold in every room in her abode. Now we're here, the final stop of our tour. This'll be your room, dear one. I hope it's to your liking? The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you, her eyes upturned like those of a loyal dog. Is she concerned about your reaction to the room? Perhaps she's afraid you'll turn your nose up at her kindness. For a princess, she's awfully eager to please. This unexpected contrast between her lofty title and her ingratiating attitude makes you smile. The room is rather scanty, yes, when it comes to its contents, but it's more than passable. It has a roof and 4 walls, and though it's cold, you fancy you'll feel warmer once you've slipped beneath the bedsheets. The room's not quite so fancy as your dormitory at the conservatoire, but neither is it so large, but it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodgings. You'll not be expected to share it with anybody else. There's only one bed in this room, and it's to belong to you. You think the peace and quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servants' rooms we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof in this teeny tiny room, which is all cramped. There's 10 beds up there, and they're all so close together there's barely any room to pass between them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it last time. Last time I went up there, not that I was supposed to be up there. It was a rainy day and I couldn't go outdoors, and I was doing a bit of exploring. If the housekeeper had known I'd been skulking around, I don't think she would have been best pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps there anymore. The scullery maids are all gone now. I couldn't put you up there, though, in the attic with all those empty beds. I didn't think it'd be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid, you're my lady's maid. That means you deserve good lodgings. It'd be an insult to offer you any less than this. Now it's getting late. You'll have to forgive me for rabbiting on. I heard it's something I tend to do. It's a bad habit, one that's unbecoming for a lady. The housekeeper warned me enough times. You reassure the princess to the contrary, smiling as you do so. You do not mind if she talks too much. It's better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easy to spend time with her. Manners be damned. You were always scolded too, back in the conservatoire for your behaviour. Oh, you mean until they pretended you were dead? You know full well how aggravating it can be to be upbraided. Not for any particular misdemeanour, just for being yourself. Well, I'm glad you understand, she answers with a giggle. I really should be off, though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so sleepy. Get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow if you don't mind my ceaseless prattle. I'm glad you seem to appreciate it, at least. Though I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. All my old maids did. Hehe. The princess departs. In her absence, you take a seat upon your bed. Your new bed. You can't help but think this is all happening very quickly. It does not seem like very long ago you were still in the forest running for your life among tall imposing trees with their gnarled grasping branches. The forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. You're indoors, in a castle no less, and you've been given a room in which to sleep and clothes you might wear. Seems premature still to declare that you're out of the woods, in a metaphorical sense I mean, but things could definitely be worse. You force yourself to stand on legs which feel too weary to support you, change into the nightclothes hanging in the wardrobe. They do not fit you perfectly, but you're too tired to care. You're too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. You let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale. Oh, you're going to die and now sleep again? And lulled by the breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. You're so very tired. Sleep is a deep, dark one, darker even than the furthest abysses of night-time. Like the night sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of those prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. Though in this case, I'd rather think your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. I can't speak. They are not dreams, are they, to which your slumbering mind is subjected? You know they are not. Otherwise your body would not be so cold, not so clammy. The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids, like the ghostly images in a Jesus Christ. Phenakistoscope? Were not conjured from you within your mind. I'm gonna Google that word, because that's a fun new word. I know, I'm a goddamn nerd. I don't care. I'm gonna Google that word because we're gonna have some fun learning. I already spelt it wrong. Phenakistoscope. There we go. A revolving disc on which figures are drawn in different relative attitudes and seen successively. Oh, it's like the flip books, but on the disc. Okay, I get it now. Yay. Okay, it's the actual word for that. That's cool. Okay. There we go, we've all done some learning. The images of like a... Oh yeah, were not conjured from within your mind. They were instead taken from your memories. You're not merely dreaming, you're remembering. You remember the girl who slept in your dormitory, and how they hastened to use the shower first so you were last for breakfast. You remember how when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsels had already been snaffled up by the girls who got there earlier. You struggled too to find a seat, and once you finally did get your hands on some food, because nobody ever wanted to sit with you. The other girls are acted like you are a leper, save for the wanted favours. They never asked for these favours, mind, for why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies too, many wealthier than you. Everybody has the airs and graces of a princess, how is anybody supposed to stand out? You stood out the least in your class, perhaps because you were one of the smallest, the frailest, the sickliest, who always came down with colds in the winter. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though, when they remembered that you existed, of course, or didn't pretend you were dead. It was your lot in life, as you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatoire, to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then come the evenings, the girls in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons, ironing out the crevices and wrinkles in their uniforms. If there was an odd job that needed performing, you will always be asked. These girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead. As they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed and laughed and laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did and the slaps and the pinches. Once during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least pretended to, and before you knew it, the silver blades of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. This happened quite some time ago, and you were even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. That's not just bullying, my friend. That's something you should get the police involved with. This woman stabbed you. Here we go. It hurt a lot. Well, yeah. The scissors were sharp and they perforated your skin, not all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bled bright red, like strawberry jam, all over your embroidery. Then when your professor saw it, she shrieked. Her face turned as pale as way as she looked for a few moments, though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. The professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand, and then demanded to know why you could not be more careful. They're not your scissors. Her tone would be an accusatory, as if you'd stabbed yourself in the hand with the scissors to goad her. The pain in your hand hurt, but the giggles of your persecutors hurt all more. They were never punished for that. Why would she be accusatory towards you when I'm guessing you still have your scissors, like in your other hand or something? Like, why would you have two pairs of scissors? It's very clearly somebody else's scissors. Okay, I'm not going to poke holes in this too much. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everyone else, thought it was your fault. It's getting a bit dark. I'm going to turn the light on. There we go. Yeah. I knew I was missing something this entire time. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. You did not even need stitches. It healed well enough in time on its own, though it left a scar, a white raised thing, like a crescent moon. Gotta get that one. You still have that scar? Yeah, same. Yeah. You don't know how much blood you lost. Seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell it in the air, sharp as iron. There's a lot of blood in this. Like, first somebody's eating your blood, now you're talking about your hand bleeding a lot and you can smell it in the air. There's a lot of blood I'm noticing. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmate too would have felt some modicum of guilt over what they did. But it seems very unlikely. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why should it? If you meant next to nothing, then your blood in your veins, if such a thing is possible, even more consequential. You feel disorientated when you awake at long last, with the rising of the sun. You don't remember what you dreamt, but you don't think they were of a particular pleasant nature. If they were, your heart wouldn't be hammering so. Ill at ease, you glance around. You're lying on a narrow bed in an unremarkable room, one with dull beige walls and warped wooden floor. Where exactly are you? The castle you fell asleep in? This does not look like your dorm, not unless it's shrunk threefold overnight. Your brow furrows as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior, until with a gasp it all clicks into place. You remember now. You were running through the woods trying to escape from... You shudder. Are you not ever going to tell us what we're escaped from? It's going to really annoy me. You don't want to think of what it was you were trying to escape from. I'm going to... Right. This is gonna really annoy me otherwise. Okay, just give me a... There's like a comments section on Itch.io which people can tell you things about the games you're playing. And I'm gonna look and see if it ever tells you what you're escaped from. Because it's gonna be really annoying otherwise. What are we escaping from? This is gonna get so annoying otherwise. Okay, there's apparently a sequel as well, so that's helpful. What are we escaping from? Tell me. Tell me, what are we running from? Never thought I'll enjoy a lesbian graphic novel game. Okay, cool, but that's not what I'm asking. Especially... Oh, okay. That's a spoiler for the ending that we didn't pick, so that's fine. This is... Okay. Well, most people's favourite ending, apparently, is going to the shore. So, have fun with that, guys, because I'm not doing that. I said I was picking one, you guys picked the castle. Got tricked 4 times. Okay, so there is going to be another ending that we're not going to see on stream. I just want it to be loved. Okay, 5th or 8th final one? There's so many endings that are apparently just hidden. What? I only want to know one thing, dude. It's not gonna tell us. Okay, I'm gonna stop reading before I get too many spoilers. It's not gonna tell us. It's not telling us, but there are apparently many endings, so have fun. You presume you must have given your hunter the slip, because you're still in one piece, awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. You still have all your limbs and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. That's more than enough to be getting along with. You look to the foot of your bed and then blink, bemused by your discovery. You can see lying upon the sheets a garment. 2 garments, actually, black and white, folded into a neat white square. What could that be? A maid's outfit? If so, it would not be too surprising. You cannot recall your visit with the princess the night prior, and her assertion that you must be her lady's maid. Well, if that's the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It's far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry running from its pursuer, or being buried alive. You press your fingers against the humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. The clothes are fine. Did the princess put them there? If so, it's all the more reason to wear them. You're not churlish enough to deny her hospitality. You rise from your new bed and undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown and setting it aside. This task accomplished, you clad yourself in your new attire, black and white and eminently sensible. You feel very far away from the girl you once were. Your face may be the same as always, but something within you has changed. You're no longer a student. Not so long as you mean to reside within the princess' castle. You'd far rather be her servant. Assured of your newfound identity, you retreat from your chamber and make your way to Mistress's bedroom. The castle is a large one with many, many, many rooms and many hallways to connect them. For a brief while, you find yourself horrendously lost. You can't remember where the princess's bedroom is. You begin to feel rather disorientated when, to your relief, your eyes snag upon the stairwell, which looks familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend the steps, your footfall cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them. You find your way down the very same hall you traversed the night prior. If memory does not fail you, the princess's bedroom ought to be... Yes, it's here. You rap upon the door but receive nothing in the way of response. Is the princess still abed? You wonder briefly whether you oughtn't wait until she's risen of her own accord, but no. The sun is high in the sky and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought to instead rouse her. That seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should attend to. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remember from the night prior, though the ceiling seems even higher when viewed in the morning light. You can see now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view, how very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armoury, there we go, is large and imposing as the grate is, as is the grate in which you'll be expected to keep a fire lit during the nights. The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She's attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair is split across her pillow like spilled gold. Spilt across, not split. In her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest, is a doll, the very same one she was corseting last night. You suppose this doll must be her favourite. You wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much. It's time to wake your mistress. You call out for the princess, but she's largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are sewn tightly shut and her lips pursed in slumber. You purse your lips too and sigh. Well, nobody ever said your job would be easy. Once again, you call out to the princess, and this time she replies. Response is not a favourable one, however. She sighs and turns away from you, doll clutched to her chest. Just give me a little longer. The princess sounds too enfeebled. You do not take pity on her. If you have learned anything from the conservator, save for knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tracts of fish, it is one must be cruel to be kind. You do not think this adage was practised with any great success in there, but perhaps it will have more of an impact upon the princess. You tell her once again to wake up, more sternly this time. You will not let her sleep, for she slept long enough already. Very slovenly. It's very slovenly, really, to still be abed at such an hour. Oh, defeated princess sighs. Alright, I can see that. I can't twist you around my little finger. I'm up, you don't need to nag me. Once you've roused the princess from her bed, you've put her doll to one side, you set up her toilette. You aid the princess in the brushing of her hair, a chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. Mine do not, you have to chase them around with a goddamn brush. You allow yourself to ponder as you run the bristled princess's brush through her hair, how wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. But a curious query from the princess. Are you alright, dear one? Brings you back to your senses. You're rather lost in thought, though. Look lively now, you won't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious thoughts, would you? I didn't think that was salacious, you just said her hair's soft, but okay. I thought that you had learned a lesson about that already. Suitably chastised, you finish with the princess's hair and set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start on her attire. She remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking up at your askance. She does not ask you to avert your eyes, nor does she make any motion of divesting herself of her nightgown. It really does seem that she expects you to undertake this task on your own. Is that alright? You ask the princess as much. You would not wish to impinge upon her modesty, but she only laughs. Yes, that's alright. It's what you're supposed to do. If you're not my... You're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it. She might not be squeamish about it, but you are. You've never seen a naked woman before. You tiny, useless baby gay. Oh no, I've never seen a naked woman before. Ah! Good God, woman. Even then, however, you've always dressed and undressed furtively, not wanting to examine your body for longer than it's strictly necessary. Why? I zone out looking at my own titties all the time. It's great. You never much like the way you look. Neither, but titties. You make a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side easily. It's alright, I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath our clothes, and I doubt we look much different. Blech. I can't words. You're not sure about that. You've not seen the princess unadorned, but you already look at her face. I can't speak. But you already know to look at her face that you're different. She's much prettier than you are, but she is waiting, and you do not wish to keep her any longer. You steady your nerves, and you reach out with trembling hands and begin to undo the buttons which run down the front of the princess's nightgown. You work as quickly as you're able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, is not very. You fumble with a couple of buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what is exactly what you're doing. Of what it is exactly you're doing, or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up at the front of her nightgown. She's not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder to the windowsill and the sky beyond it. She's zoned out, just isn't particularly sunny. I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one? You think that you'd like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible so you can make some progress on dressing her again. The sight of all this exposed skin is bad for your heart. You useless gay. You useless gay. I've said it before, say it again. And also, it's becoming increasingly common that I will have to say that line during these games, because so many of these indie games are just useless lesbians who freak out when seeing a woman's ankle like a medieval peasant. Useless gay. Fortunately, you're able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown, despite your initial mishaps, spurred on perhaps by your anxiety. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly she steps out of a nightgown, her motions once again as graceful and as fluid as a dancer's. This task is completed. You search hurriedly, worriedly for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. Sweat begins to prickle on the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy. That's because you've left a woman standing there naked. The moment passes awkwardly, uneasily as you search the princess standing there all the while as naked as the day she was born. Why did you not find her dress before? Her day dress before you stripped her of her night one? That's a good point. You've just left her there cold, and I'm betting she's pointing. What a fool you are. The princess, noting your panic, giggles and says, "Are you looking for my dress?" "Yes," you reply, your face flushed. "That is what you're doing." "I thought so. I did wonder, before you started undressing me, why did you not ask where it was? Maybe it slipped your mind." It had slipped your mind, yes, to your shame. You were too busy trying not to fixate upon the princess's bared skin to think how to best conceal it. You were too distracted by titties. That is fair. We've all been there. I can't think shit 'cause titties. My dress is in my armoire. The prince says, glancing over the aforementioned piece of furniture. That would make sense. It's intricately carved wooden structure, large enough, or so you estimate, to fit inside it enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom's worth of princesses. I like to wear the red one. It's my favourite. Would you be a dear and fetch it for me? I don't want to rush you, but it is rather cold in here, especially when I'm still naked. See? Pointy! Which way shall I go? That way. She raises a good point. I bet she does. You turn away from the princess and make your way to the wardrobe. I'm just going to say wardrobe because it's a weird word to pronounce and don't like it. Once there, you open its wooden doors and peruse the clothes hanging within. Just as you expected. Inside the wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. I shan't put what I was going to put. Why, Sparky? What is it? What is it, pup? You find the princess's red dress soon enough and then hurry to her side. It's rude and naughty. There. This is my wagging with a naughty finger. As long as it's not too, what's the word? I can't think of the word now. I was gonna say rate it as long as it's not too risque, that's the word. Thank you. You know, as long as you're not, like, effing and slurring all the time, then sure. A little bit of risque is okay. We literally played a monster fucker game last week, so... Against TOS, there you go. Last week we literally played a monster fucker game, so... As long as it's not against TOS. I was going to say, if it's really cold, she'll be raising 2 points. I already made that joke! I was sitting here going like this. What do you think this is? This is the 2 points. I already made that joke. Sorry. You're okay. You're okay. With your spoils in hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing once again the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of soft red velvet. She's easier to look at now. No, I wish she would have been easier with her tits out. See, this is what it looks like to be a pervert and not a useless gay. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you've ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. Boo, you have to do this daily. Your entire job now is dressing her. You have to do this, like, twice a day at least. Hoonipop is a fun one. Played it, and played the second one. You're already a bit late for that one, Boo. I've played both Hoonipop 1 and Hoonipop 2, and it is not for TOS. I had to have, like, a sensor bar just on my, like, quick key, so that every time things popped up, I could just click, so that it didn't show on the stream. And it was like a how long can we go without getting banned sort of thing, and it was really funny. Well, it seems a small miracle you can still remember how to breathe. Again, you useless game. Ah, that's much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You've not been here for a full day, and I already wonder what I'd do without you. Shyly, you assure the princess that you did nothing, really, nothing beyond your job. You didn't do anything incredible, and in any case, being complimented by someone so pretty is embarrassing. You useless gay! Oh, don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I when you've been so helpful? It'd be rude not to. And anyway, I think you're very pretty too. Oh my. Your face flushes from this more deeply than ever before. Oh my god, you useless gay. You want to count yourself lucky, really, with all of this excessive blushing, that the princess does not seem to possess any vampiric tendencies. That you know of. That you know of. You're making yourself quite an easy target. Again, that you know of. Oh, the princess declares, why don't we go for a walk? It's a nice enough day. I get so very bored of being cooped up inside. You can't think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think the princess might have a point. You're going to go for a walk outside when you only just escaped with what I'm going to assume is your life from whatever was chasing you and could possibly be out there looking for you. Smart. Did you even want to live at this point? Because it don't look like it. The castle, though expansive, is still somewhat stifling. The walls are so thick they put you in the mind of a crypt. Or a coffin. Your acquiescence assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant and her gait unhurried. Posture elegant, not like shrimp. Posture elegant. You just sit with your back straight. There you go. Posture elegant. I realised I put like my hands like this on my knee to be like elegant, and I just realised it just purely looked like I'm squishing my tits together. Wasn't the joke, but okay. It was supposed to be like elegant, but yeah. It's like every time I buy a new skirt and I'm like, oh, this is cute, and then I turn around and there's just a dump truck. Because every skirt that's supposed to be long is not. I have a new skirt that I wore to Spiders this weekend, and it's supposed to be like, you know, to back of my thighs sort of length, and at the front it is to my thighs, at the back it is not. Anyways, she seems not to walk as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallways of her home, but to float like a cloud or a vampire. The hem of her dress swishes around her legs, and her hair shifts like a shroud. The castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. The courtyard is fenced in by castle walls, which look stark. What was that noise? Oh, it was my lipstick falling over. There we go. Which look stark, midday light, tall and imposing, faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it is not particularly bright, and neither is it particularly warm. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disarray. Flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It's all rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed in to claustrophobic degree like a coffin. The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. Instead, she looks elated by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. Okay, well, she's out in the sun, so we can probably assume she's not a vampire, unless she's a day walker. She gambols about like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. Her frolicking comes to cease, however, by a bush. One is full of bright red roses. Oh, how very pretty! Do you not think they're gorgeous, dear one? Why is everyone calling you dear one? It's so weird. The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose? Pretty. They make for a fine spectacle, in fact, a welcome splash of colour, and contrasted with the dullness and drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Though the other flowers in their beds are wilted, withering things, it's not so for these roses. They are rich, bright red, just like blood. Their heads so full they seem to droop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They're very pretty, in a sense. There's something unsettling about them too, something almost obscene. How do those roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them? Could it be possibly the roses have been draining the life from the other flowers which are struggling to grow within the garden? It's a fanciful thought, but Oh, they are simply divine. Looking at these roses always lifts my spirits. They're really my favourite flowers. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. It could use a bit of colour. I was just thinking that you can get like a nice vase. The princess reaches out so to pluck one of the roses free from its resting place amongst brethren, and she's going to prick her finger on the thorns and going to be like, oh no, there's blood. You watch her, your breath bated, anxious this gesture might result in perforated flesh and bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Never mind. Maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe I'm the useless gay. Of course she's not. Who did you think she was? You? Alright, well that's just rude. This narrator is just roasting us. Rather than worry about other people, you'd be better served if you worried more about yourself. The princess holds her newly pilfered rose to her nose and inhales, her eyes falling shut. There wasn't the word slowly there. I don't know why I added slowly in. As the flower's sweet scent washes over her. A few moments of silence pass. The princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown. Now let me see. I wonder what fate has in store for me. She loves me. The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head. She loves me not. The princess continues with this childish incantation, all while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. Those petals flutter about the princess like a bloody snow. The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes throughout the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of pianola. She loves me not. She loves me not. The princess's fingers hover over the final petal, which crowns her nearly denuded flower. Then, with a triumphant smile, she declares, She loves me, I knew it! You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. The little mantra she's been reciting is one you're familiar with, obviously. The girls at the conservatoire used to engage in this game, the younger ones at least, who believed that a fairy tale prince might whisk them away. You could have participated in this game yourself when you were a child, but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. Your interest in princes has always been minimal. That's because you're gay. That's because you're a lesbian. It's because you like the women. When it comes to fair princesses, though, see? Well, that's a different matter altogether, isn't it? Not when you're standing right in front of one. Pleasantly, you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court, a query which makes the princess giggle. Oh, dear one, who else would I be thinking of? Naturally, I was thinking of you. Naturally. She says it so easily, though you ought to have suspected as much. Indeed, part of you did. You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid to. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume the princess might care for your affections. You begin to blush, your cheeks almost as red as the roses, while the princess laughs. Pardon me? Princess laughs. I'm burping so much from Relentless. This is why I usually get Monster for stream, because Relentless makes me burp so much. But Relentless is also cheaper, so, and your girl is broke. She laughs and she laughs and she laughs, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, as though you're the funniest thing she's ever seen. You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of the conservatoire, but it's different with her. You've not known her for all that long, but you're already entranced by her, ensnared. You've known her for what, a day? As you wrapped around her little finger, she said that wouldn't happen, but well done, you failed. Oh my. The princess's laughter tapers off into a series of giggles, and smiling as she wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. That was quite the amusing diversion, but I've just had an idea. You look at the princess curiously. What idea? You can't tell? You cannot even begin to guess. I just thought that all this watching must be boring you. You could give it a try. Please do, it'll be fun. She tossed the rose's stripped stem carelessly to the ground. The princess retrieves a second rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it between her fingers, and offers it to you. I want to see what fate has in store for you too. You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in childish games like this might not be the best use of your time, but the princess looks so determined you would not wish to hurt her. What could be the harm, really, in consenting? The only real casualty of this game is the one singular rose, the rose the princess is holding towards you. You reach out, meaning to accept the offering, but... Oh no! Oh, I'm the one that pricked my finger like a useless gay. Okay, that makes sense. You are clumsy, and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. The head of the rose might be pretty, but there's more to a rose than its bright red flowers. It has thorns, too, a fact you're now painfully reminded of. Pain flows through your finger, and you gasp. You take a step back, and the hem of your skirt swishing round your ankles. Your fingers stinging, and so are your eyes. You ought to have been more careful. Why were you so stupid? You poor dear, you're bleeding, the princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns. This is all my fault. If I had not suggested this silly game, this would never have happened. Please let me take care of you. And now, how is she going to do that? Perhaps she means to take a handkerchief from her pocket, with which she might staunch your wound. Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs around with them, don't they? Silken ones. How else would they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude, once the aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons? Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favours. It is simply not done. That is what you always thought, but... Please hold still. This might sting a little bit. The princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she instead encloses her white slender fingers around your hand. Carefully, as though she is handing a precious object, she raises your hand, eyes are fixed on the while, of the beads of startlingly crimson blood which are oozing luridly from your wound. She licks her lower lip. Called it, vampire, daywalker, called it. Then she dips her head. She parts her mouth with a soft sigh which borders on sensuous. She slips your injured digit between her teeth. So much for princesses not dispensing kisses as tokens of appreciation. Wouldn't call that a kiss, boo. This might not be a conventional kiss, but it feels intimate regardless, almost startlingly so. The princess's lips, which are red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin, and the wetness of it. These sensations make your whole body quake, you useless gay! You did not expect this. That's because you're a useless gay. Tremulously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what it is she's doing. Oh, she glances up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger. Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop the bleeding. Yes, you gathered as much, but is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? It's not you say that she's making you uncomfortable per se, but it is rather awkward and you didn't expect it. And she is not worried if this is unhygienic? Unhygienic? The princess blinks. She's the very picture of innocence, which is funny, given your finger is still nestled against her tongue. I don't know what you mean by that exactly, but I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do this for me when I was a child. It's what you're supposed to do. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. And you ask, your voice catching in your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wounds with her mouth when she grew older? Well, no, but my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's the normal way of things. I had ladies' maids to look after me then. How very interesting. And did they ever clean her wounds like this? No, because I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly. Now that was quite the sharp retort. You did not expect it. Your face turns even redder if such a thing is possible, though this might perhaps be to your benefit. How is she saying all this with a finger in her mouth? Just, I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly. It don't work. It don't work. With some luck, all the blood flow to your face rather than your finger, and your bleeding will stop. Has it stopped? Your injury is not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep suckling. But she still is. There's an innuendo there, and you're all adults. You could make it yourself. You're not accustomed to intimacy of this nature, and it's making your heart flutter. Useless gay. If the princess knew what her mouth was doing to you, you were sure she would not be so very familiar. You feel quietly, crushingly confident she would scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. Ah, homophobia. Fun. Is that why you are bullied? Because you're gay? God, that sucks. It would not be the first time. Yep, there we go. At this point you should be used to rejection. It still stings though. It stings much, much more than any thorn on any rose ever could. The days pass following your misadventures in the rose garden. Relaxed, unhurried sort of manner. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory. So much you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you once felt as you fled for your life. There is no running to be had while you're working for the princess. You would have had nowhere else to run, and in any event, there is no longer any reason to run. The shadows which once tormented you have at long last begun to recede. You can scarcely recall, as you lay down in the bed, the petty cruelties you were subjected to by your classmates at the conservatoire. They no longer matter. Your attention is focused not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you spend with her, the more you come to care for her. You become quite besotted with her, but you're yet to realise it. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? The princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within the palace's walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unbeknownst to her, and during one stormy night she chooses to make them known to you. You are in the princess's chambers later. Perhaps then you ought to be. Later than is strictly appropriate. It's dark outside, and there's little save the light of the moon to alleviate that, and the fire which crackles in the grate. You've only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You look to the princess, who is lying in her bed, and bid her good night, as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy you turn to leave, but her plaintive voice gives you a pause. Wait, Edme, wait, dear one, do not go just yet. Perplexed, you pause and look back at the princess. Though she is smiling, her expression is unnaturally wan. Is she alright? Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, which make me feel a little out of sorts. And what, you ask, does she mean by that? Only it's very cold and very dark, and it's very windy. Besides, I'm afraid there'll be a storm later. It was awfully cloudy earlier when we went out for our walk. The princess is not mistaken about that. The sky, when the pair of you promenaded the gardens earlier, was grey and steely, the wind bitingly cold. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes in the princess's bedchamber. I can't speak. Princess's castle is built of stone, as it is well fortified, but even with fire it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chillier, by comparison, it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace. It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me uncomfortable. You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in her bright dress, she looks oddly, uncommonly vulnerable. Will she really be alright, all alone in her oversized bed, in her high-ceilinged bedchamber? It's silly of you to contemplate such a query. Why would she not be alright? There's nobody in the castle to hurt her, but still you fret for her. As your lady's maid, it is your job to fret for her. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess what it is she would have you do, and she perks up a little, pleased perhaps that you've taken the initiative. I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time when it's so very late, but would you mind sitting with me a little while longer and reading to me, provided that you can, of course? This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. Hastily you reassure the princess that yes, of course you can read. You were a poor student in many aspects at the conservatoire, but you had something of a gift when it came to literary arts, unlike me, who keeps stumbling over my words. Reading books is all you've ever been any good at. Oh, I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible. I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do. Her high praises make you flush. Awkwardly you look away. Being able to read, you reassure her, is not such a great feat. Perhaps it isn't where you hail from, but here very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books I like. This piques your interest. Intrigued, you ask the princess what books she likes. Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see, old ones from centuries past. I have a collection of them here, she says, indicating a book on her bedside table as thick as a mortuary slab. The book is old, though, and the bindings are weak. The pages brittle and the writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you would do a good job breathing life into those old stories. Would you mind reading to me, for just a brief while? Please, dear one, oh please. The princess's request seems a simple one, expressed so sweetly, so much so you see no reason to refuse her. You take a seat beside the princess upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. Then you retrieve the leather-bound book, which is resting upon her bedside table, and spread it open. The pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings are loose. You can feel the heft of the book's manifold pages, the weight of the ages concealed within it. How old is this book? Perhaps as old as the castle in which it resides. It is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, you begin to read to the princess a tale of courtly love, which culminates in a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while as you read, the princess listens to you enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. Once you reach the final phrase embossed upon the page of this aged tome, and they lived happier ever after. The princess sighs as though this tale has touched her very soul. Would that there was a handsome prince... What? Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me, she says somberly, or better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point I think I would even settle for a lowly scullery maid. You blush at this idle remark and mumble softly that this would not be proper. The storm outside is still squalling, and you've never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against the pillows, and says, "And what would be the problem with that, As my maid, wouldn't my happiness come before any silly ideas of propriety?" "Well, of course," you reply, "but for a princess to marry a scullery maid." "You're still hung up about that?" The princess titters. "Don't pay it too much heed. I'm just talking to myself." as if anything like that would ever happen when there's no priest around who would officiate it. You think there are greater issues with the princess's plan than the lack of a priest, but she does present a good point. The castle is an empty one. Even if the princess were to find somebody she loves, there would be nobody to make the wedding official. You cannot help but feel like you've avoided a good deal of nuance. Nuance? I didn't get time to read it properly because I'm too eager with clicking the button. Oh, all my fingers just cracked. That's great. But by the same token, did you not feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind. That was a nice story, but I'm not sleepy yet, and it's still storming outside. Won't you read me one more? You would not mind, you reply, but it is getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber. I know, but can't you find it in your heart to read one story to me? Just one? You can choose a short one, I won't complain. You do have some doubts about that, but as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not, you think, because she's a princess, though that is, of course, part of it, but because she is, well, radiant. You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story recounted in this aged compendium, want to upset her. You rather cut out your own tongue. That seems like oddly foreboding. You read another story to the princess, which is of similar vein to the last, impossible adventures culminating at their close in a happy marriage. This tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs for another, and then another. One bedroom story becomes 5, and even then, when the candles which flicker on the princess's bedside are close to guttering out, the princess is not satisfied. Like a grasping, greedy child, she's never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it. Her only request is that of more. If she were less comely, perhaps, her inability to adhere to the word no would be seen as character defect. The princess is very comely, though, and so when she makes her next request, you almost agree offhand without considering the ramifications. I think I could go to sleep now, but the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big empty bed, so... I know! The princess's eyes light up like the night sky in a thunderstorm. Why don't you sleep with me? How did I guess where that was going? You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly you blink. Then, just as slowly, you bid her to repeat yourself. Didn't you hear me? She giggles. Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up after me, you've neglected to clean out your own ears. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me? If that is the question she truly means to ask, then it's easy enough to answer. Of course you would like to sleep with her, it'd be an honour. At this point, it doesn't feel like we're just talking about sleeping. But would it really be alright for you to accept such an invitation? It must be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting, while she observes with wide, beseeching eyes. She is waiting. Well, what is the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be? The princess's lower lip begins to tremble. Don't you want to lie with me after all? The sorrow present in the princess's voice and face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly you console her, you tell her in no uncertain terms that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms with it. Why would you? Well then, don't just stand there dilly-dallying, silly. Come and join me. That is what you do, after returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your nightgown. Once dressed, you waste no time in returning to your impetuous princess's side. She's already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, awaiting your return. I know somebody else who has a glorious four-poster bed. Anyways, I'm still jealous. Still jealous. Awaiting your return as though you were a knight errant gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you. In your haste to change, you've made a hash of the buttons, and she bids you to come closer. Let me fix that for you, silly. Oh no, you say, I couldn't possibly let you do that. I'm but a servant after all. Should it not be your job to dress her? Yeah, and you fucked that up too. You left her standing naked for an hour. Maybe so, but I don't mind a bit of role reversal. It makes things more fun. That it does. That it does. You try a few more repetitions, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them. Quite at the princess's mercy, she might be more stubborn than you are, you capitulate to her demands. You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightdress, then rebutton them so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. She saw your teddies! Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her. Now come in, it must be horribly cold out there. These sheets are warm. Coyly the princess smiles. And so am I. You feel warm. That was so smooth. I'm all warm. You should come share my warmth. You feel warm yourself as you slide into the bed beside the princess. Your face is red as the gown and the princess so often wears, as red are the roses in the castle grounds. All the while your heart is fluttering, and I can hear the heartbeat again. Does the princess know what effect she's having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind? There, the princess exclaims, once your body is lying beside hers. That is so much better. Do you feel cosy now, dear one? You swallow. With a shaky voice you reassure her. Yes, you are cosy. Quite cosy indeed. Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get to us here. I know. When I'm with you, I'll be safe. It is strange, but... The princess reaches out and takes your hand in hers, twining your fingers together like a chain. When I'm with you, I feel so very light. It's as though nothing in the world can hurt me. You make me feel safe, so I want to make you feel safe too. I'll take very, very good care of you, I promise. I've only just noticed the fang there. And I know I've been making a lot of vampire jokes, but she actually has fangs. And I don't know if that's been there the whole time. And I'm just too dumb to notice. You return her smile with one of your own, touched by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her, as a domestic? In a way, the princess replies after a pause, but you've been taking good care of me already. Now I need to return the favour. Oh, my butt's gone numb. This chair's great. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after me, Vassals. It's a part of the description. You're unaware that being a princess came with a job description. You thought the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign than, say, becoming a doctor, or an astrophysicist, or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this sleepily and she laughs. You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it. Yes, you think, only half conscious. You think you deserve it too. You've been working hard for a very long time, running for even longer, but now, at long last, you can let your fears go. Pardon me? Your eyelids begin to droop, your body beleaguered by some sudden, all-consuming fatigue. Just like last time, you're gonna get drugged. Although this time we don't have tea to drug us. In a quiet, understated sort of way, your consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus's kingdom again. Your sleep is a deep one, despite the storm which rages outside. The wind is howling like a couple of wild cats, both locked in vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death, but you do not hear it. Swaddled by the warm blankets about you and soothed by the princess's presence, you are immune from all the ills of the world. When you're with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and, yes, you even feel loved. It's a pity, then, that these feelings do not last very long. You know something is wrong, catastrophically so, the moment you open your eyes. Your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you're certain that when you fell asleep you was in a bed, a nice warm bed, no less, beneath soft, comfortable sheets. You're not lying in a bed right now, though. You're not in fact lying at all. You're standing instead against a cold, hard wall made of stone. The curve of your back pressed against the wall so intimately you can feel its icy chill seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. We found where the servants went. Your feet, which are bare, are similarly pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. You feel so frigid you cannot help but tremble. You're trembling so much you feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes through your cell, for that is indeed where you are. The princess's bedchamber, wherein you fell asleep, is a thing now of the past. You're standing, instead, you realise with a sharp start, in a cell of some great underground dungeon. You swallow. When you do, you can taste something bitter on your tongue. Your stomach is beginning to churn with anxiety. You feel like you're going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside you to a staggering degree when you catch notice of the stench. You are not, you realise, the only one in the dungeon. There are others here, others attired in simple black and white outfits of servants, which look much like the dress you once wore. The others who are with you, however, in this expansive cell, manacled to the walls, are in no fit state to speak to you, nor tell of the plights. They are all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They are all dead. You cannot approach these servants to check the pulse, for you yourself are restrained, but even if you could, there would be no point. There is no way any human could survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Over there you see a woman slumped, the front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There is a gaping wound in her stomach, one through which her entrails have half escaped, in a burgundy goop which might once have been pale pink. There is another woman slumped beside the first of a smaller stature. She is skinnier. Maybe not a woman at all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age or lack thereof did not preclude her attacker from inflicting upon her the horrors. Alas, for her body is more mutilated than the first. Her body is peppered with more wheals, and her face has been half smashed in. Only one eye remains, staring fixedly at the wall opposite her, in the ruined remains of what was once her skull. Over there you see a woman who is missing both her arms and her lower jaw. Over there you see another who is missing her entire lower half. It's all women. Where have her legs gone? You have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly, but their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. You know not how long these carcasses have been laying down here, but they have been gummed to putrefy. You fear a similar fate might befall you should you stay here. You need to escape. Fitfully you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it is no use, you cannot free yourself from the walls. Your restraints are much too strong, and you are much too weak. Panic rises up in your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart, this too glacial. It is obvious that escape is impossible, but still you squirm and writhe like a rat caught in a firestorm. Sounds like a night out in Grimsby. Good. Great. Amazing. No notes. There is point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrist more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurts. Well, you ought to have known that would not work. The very definition of insanity is, performing a set action over and over, hoping for a different response. In a sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now that's an interesting point to consider, would you not agree? No, evidently not. You're still trying to escape, you foolish girl. As if that will do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather starting to get on my nerves. You're making enough noise to rattle the dead down there, in your dark, dingy cell. All your screaming is hardly helping matters. I wish that you would cease this infernal racket, but I know you will not. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Oh, the narrator is now getting mad at us. Okay. Not that you've ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Look now, she's come all this way into the dark depth of the castle's cold, inhospitable dungeon to see you. Is that not kind of her? Oh, dear one, the princess trills, entering the dungeon with a series of light, lilting steps. It would seem you have finally awoken. How are you? Based on all that infernal racket you've been making, it would seem like you have no shortage of energy. Balefully you turn your head to meet the eyes of the princess. She's standing but a few paces away, beneath the roughly hewn stone arch which bids one entry, but rarely ever exit to the dungeons. Go away, bot. I was waiting how long it'd be. Sparky growls. I've got a guard dog now! Hell yeah! I'm gonna make a specific role that's just guard dog. The dungeons are dull and drab. The princess is wearing her favourite red dress. It's so bright and brilliant that for a few moments it hurts to look at her. Once the red of princess's outfit made you think of romance. Now it makes you think of violence. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did think waiting here by your side until your work, but... Once again the princess giggles, a light and airy giggle which does not at all suit the situation you've found yourself. Her dungeon is not a fit place after all for a princess. It is horribly cold here and so very drab, and there is nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I could have brought my pillows down from my bed, I suppose, and my blankets, but then they would have gotten dirty, and that would be a disaster. I need to be more careful. I won't have anyone left to clean up after my messes soon, not when I've dispatched after you. Once again the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and lilting, like the chiming of a silvery bell, but it does little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel more alarmed. That's fair. Did she say she meant to dispatch of you? Yes, that's right. Could you not tell? I thought you might have figured that out already after waking up in a dungeon, silly. Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. Would that you could. You would cringe away from her, but you cannot. You are completely powerless. The princess reaches out and puts a hand upon your cheek. Oh, that's a good thumbnail straight there, but... Her skin is white and her touch is cool. It is less than the frigid air in the dungeon. Though your body is aching, the princess's touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. You wish she would keep holding you. You wish she would keep touching you. You luxuriate in her kindness as best you can, But though the princess's caresses are tender, your circumstances undermine them. How can you relax like this? Ah, you're such a good girl, she says in a cajoling sort of voice one might address a cat. You've been so lovely to me while I've been together. I really couldn't ask for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled. Why, then, you ask her, is she doing this? Improbable though it sounds, she must be the one who chained you up. There's no one else in the castle who could have committed such a feat. Everyone else is dead. Why, yes, how very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all of this, naturally. Naturally, she says, though her betrayal is a matter of course. Naturally. Why, you ask, is this natural to her? What does she mean to do with you? Oh, only what I've done to all of my other servants. I have experience with this sort of thing, so please don't worry, I'll take good care of you. And by take good care of, she means, naturally I'll kill you. There is again that word. Grossly inappropriate given all which has transpired. Naturally. There's nothing natural about this. Do you not think so? She examines you, her expression ponderous. It is natural to me, even if it isn't natural to other people. This just feels right. Imprisoning her servants in the dungeon and letting them die? Yes, exactly. There's a bit more to it than that. Of course there is. I like you, dear one, she says in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious. You've been good to me, like I said, and kind. For that I'll be eternally appreciative. You've been so good to me, in fact. Simply being with you is not enough, not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I am a greedy, selfish girl, you see. Her smile widens into something sinister, her eyes flashing with fiendish fervour you've never before witnessed. And I don't want to feel you beside me. I want to feel you inside me. Well? Of all the things your charming captive could have said, you did not expect that. This is the cannibalism. Here it comes. Here's the cannibalism. Or is it the vampirism? One of the two. They're not that far apart. The princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins to giggle, a giggle even lighter than meringue, just as airy, just as inoffensive. I can see that you don't understand, dear one, but you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too. Wanly the princess sighs, a beleaguered woe's me sigh that makes her look even younger and scant handful of years she truly possesses. And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I thought that you at least might be able to appreciate my point of view, but perhaps not. I don't think it's too complicated to grasp, really, but maybe my way of looking at the world is a little unique. That's what my nurse always used to say, at least, when she still had the breath to speak, of course. You look at the princess. Where else is there for you to look, really? Your eyes are fixed to her face. She's still smiling, but there's something sinister about it. Or perhaps in your anxious state you're only imagining that there's something sinister. It's easy to see things which do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any different to how she usually acts. She's not changed. It is only your perspective of her that is changed. Tremulously you asked the princess what she means, a question the princess is only too happy to answer. It is simple, really. Like I said, you were wondering, weren't you, why there aren't any guards or servants or servants in the castle when you arrived here? The question had crossed your mind, yes. You were sure the princess had said her ministers sent them away, though. Was that a lie? I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought you'd be afraid of me if you knew what actually happened, and I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anyone away, because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched of those too. Did she know? You suppose you ought not to be surprised, but you still should have regardless. My ministers weren't much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died. The princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes, empty yawning abysses. So I killed them. I killed my servants too, though I did a more thorough job with them than I did my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They were all fusty old men, but I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids, my undermaids, my scullery maids, my housekeeper, my cooks, and my large retinue of retainers. They were like my family. They raised me in my parents' absence, and I adored them. They were very dear to me. I had no real choice. I had to eat them. Does that follow? Not logically, no. Why'd you ask the prince? The voice trembling. Why would you eat the people you love? It seems a poor way to repay them for their kindness. Well, why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? I don't think there's any greater way of showing one's gratitude unless you have better ideas. Okay. Sorry to interrupt, but specifically while that voice line is on, I think it's a great time to get a screenshot for the YouTube thumbnail, because that is a haunting image. Where's my thingy? There it is. Where's my thumbnail maker? Yay. That one. Give me this. Yeah, let me sit up straight so I'm actually not looking like a sloth on YouTube. You're all gonna see what goes into making a thumbnail now. I didn't pause before pressing the button. Right. There we go. Done. That'll do. Funny that I cuddle the people I love. Eating them never crossed my mind. Probably never will, honestly. Yep, fair. Let's not eat the people we love. It's not a thing we should start doing. You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this. Dumbfounded, you stare at her. You know, precious little love about love yourself, so it's hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments. You tell the princess eating people isn't very nice, and neither is it strictly legal. Although she is, technically, she's got no ministers, she's got no parents, technically she'd be the queen, so technically she can make anything legal, really. Unless this is a place that's got, like, a government and shit as well, which I kind of doubt, considering nobody's come to check on the fact everybody's disappearing. A better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be with increased wages or increased holidays. Yes, pay them a living wage so they don't set your warehouse on fire. Princess listens to your arguments, her expression astute, like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you have finished, however, concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it is not with remorse for what she has done. Instead, she is laughing. Oh, dear one, that's very funny. But why should I care about the law? I'm a princess. One day I'll be the queen. I am the law. That's a very good point, but would eating people not turn her subjects against her? What subjects? I'm no fool. You know, no matter how I might act, and I know what happens. I'm no fool, you know, no matter how I might act, and I know what happens beyond the castle's wall. I know all about the plague. God damn it, she knows about the plague. Once I might have a populace to govern, but they're all gone. Now I'm a princess in nothing but name only, a monarch without any subjects. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. It's so woefully lonely. Could we not tell her where her subjects are? Because, like, there's the woman in the village, at least. That's one. And these two fucking psychopaths would get along great. If she feels lonely, then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? It doesn't make a lick of sense. Perhaps not to you. Gently, the princess caresses your cheek. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you're a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts. Privately, you doubt that anybody would be able to understand the intricacies of the princess's thought process, largely because it's unreasonable. You do not say that, though. Instead, you ask her the only question you can think to ask with your weary throat, which is sore from shouting. Why? Why, you ask? It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later, whether they have pledged their allegiance to me or not. That is simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconstant, even to me, a monarch. That is why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure they would never leave me. Except when you shit them out, you dumbass. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself so to consume their flesh and blood. I'm a magnanimous ruler, you see. I treat all of my subjects equally. I love every single one of you. And naturally, I love you too. You've been awfully nice to me, and you're very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intense as this, but you've captured my heart, and I think you're lovely. So I'll bestow upon you the highest honour I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine. We can stay forever and ever. It's creepy as fuck. Princess leans in. This is definitely somebody's kink. Princess leans in. You can feel her soft, silken hair brushing against your cheeks. You can feel, too, the warmth of her breath as it goes against your skin. It's cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is perverse, as though this might sound something of comfort. Her eyes are wide and her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really... The princess exhales, her eyes, which are boring into yours like two dark tarns. Finally, you think you can see in the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything, in the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here. But this brief flicker of understanding which passes between the pair of you is soon cut short. The princess dips her head, parts her lips which are as red as the petals of a carnivorous flower. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It is warm in the icy chill of the dungeon, and you shudder from it. For a few moments you think this overture of the princess could be romantic in a way, but this too comes with a swift, merciless close. The princess's mouth is on your neck. Teeth sharp as needles are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood. She is supping on it in great greedy goblets, like a hungry animal who cannot truly comprehend the harm it's causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She is far too unworldly. You are sure as your consciousness begins to fade. The princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for the past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers, a love which is so very abundant it borders on monstrous. It is a love you never thought you would experience. This love of the princess's eclipses anything you've ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notions you might have had of right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You've always possessed a stubborn core nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior. The princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. The princess draws back. Desperately, you gasp for air, but she does not give you a quarter. As before, she dips her head, red lips redder still with your blood, and splits apart her jaw. Her teeth, which are impossibly, inhumanly sharp, glint wickedly like knives. Then she tears out your throat. The front of your nightgown was white once. Now it is red. There is so much blood you can smell it when you inhale, sharper than metal. It is so potent you can taste it on your tongue. You try to inhale, but the task proves to be beyond you, with what the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin. Your attempted breaths, when they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it's on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed, but you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? Okay, so fight against it is how we started the game again last time. So I'm going to accept the fate, because that might be the end of the game. And then you guys can go for the other ending yourself. Wait, really? You're fine with being eaten alive in a dark, dingy dungeon, then be left to rot? That does not sound like a very satisfying ending to this particular narrative. But if that's what you want, then so be it. I do not mind indulging you. That's what I've always done, after all, from the moment we first met. I've dedicated myself tirelessly to answering your wishes, and this is no different. Do not be so foolish, though, to think you can escape me, even if your life's blood has mingled with that of the princess's. I'm not going to relinquish my hold upon you that easy. I did pledge, after all, to remain by your side, come what will, fire or flood. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. Okay. What's the extras? Gallery. Ooh, fun. Fun. Lovely. Great. Delightful. Okay. And we will... What I'm going to do is, I'm going to try again with the other one that I tried. The other game that I tried. If it doesn't work, we'll call the stream here and we'll do a raid. If it works, you might get another half hour, I guess. So let's see if it'll work. Let's see. Eventually. Trying to get it to work. You'll have to give me a moment. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourself, class. It's fine. Teacher's busy. Are you going to work this time, please. I would love it if you did. I would love it if you did. Can you work? I don't think it's gonna work. I think it's working. Damn. Okay. No, it's not working. Okay. We're gonna do a raid then instead. So, bear with. Thank you all very much for joining me. Thank you to all of the new subscribers we got today, because we reached our sub goal, which is amazing. So, once again, thank you all. I'll see you on Thursday for our Phasmophobia stream. And I'll, yeah, stick around for the raid, please. I will really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh god, what did this say? Thanks for an enjoyable evening. You're very welcome, Sparky. Please feel free to join next time. If you're not already in the Discord, it's linked in my profile. Go join the Discord. There's updates for when I'm streaming. There's a channel for you to tell me games you'd like to see me play. There's one for you to just show off your pets, because pets are cute. There's one for you to just vibe with each other. So, go join the Discord. You'll get live updates. I did try, I said the invite has expired. Okay, I'm my own pet. Cute. Bear with. I will... In fact, Sparky, you have me on Discord, don't you? Message me. I'll send you the link. I'll send you a new link, and I'll replace the one in my bio. So, yes. So, yes. Right, bear with. We're going to do a raid. You don't have to stay long in their thing. Just stay for like 10 minutes, give them some support. And who knows, you might like them and follow them too. So, love you all, and I'll see you on Thursday. Bye!